ألن تخرج للعب مع صديقك؟
حال المطر دوني واللعب معه.
ألهذا أنت حزين ومكتئب؟
وهل تريدني أن أفضل ماء بلا لون ولا طعم ولا حتى عطر على اللعب مع صديقي يا أبتي؟
لكنه يحيي الأرض ويعطي للنخلة خضرتها ويشعل في الزهر عطرا وفي الطين خميرة حياة.
خميرة حياة؟ يحيي الأرض؟ هكذا تراه يا أبتي؟
بالتأكيد، فذاك الذي لا لون له هو سر الألوان كلها.
معقول؟
وإن جف ذاك الذي لا طعم له مات الطعم من كل شيء.
لماذا يكون الماء هكذا يا أبي؟
ولماذا لا يكون؟
لأنه يوجد في كل شيء ولا أحد يلتفت له.
الماء يا بني ليس مادة فقط، هو قصة الإنسان الأولى، هو دمعة آدم حين هبط من الجنة، وهمسة نوح للسحاب وهو على السفينة، وصبر موسى على التين. هو كل ما غسل القلب من وهن، وما فاض من وجدان العاشقين حين ضاقت الدنيا.
ولكن الماء يا أبي لا يحب الإنسان.
كيف تظن ذلك؟
يا أبي كيف يحبه وهو يغرقه؟
يحبه كما تحب الأم وليدها، يغسله، يطهره، ويسقيه.
ولكنه يا أبي يفيض ويدمر.
إن فاض وجرف ودمر فلحكمة لا يعلمها إلا الله، ولو تتأمل فستراه في الجانب الآخر نعمة يجازي بها الله عباده.
ما فهمتك يا أبتي.
تعال يا بني. قال تعالى: قلت استغفروا ربكم إنه كان غفارا يرسل السماء عليكم مدرارا ويمددكم بأموال وبنين ويجعل لكم جنات ويجعل لكم أنهارا.
فهمت الآن يا أبتي أن الماء هو سر الوجود.
وذاك هو العهد يا بني بين الإنسان وربه، فمنه جعل كل شيء حي.
شكرا لك يا أبي، لقد علمتني أن أحب الماء كما تحبه.
عندما كنت في سنك كنت أنزل تحت المطر.
قطرة يا أبي.
قطرة أخرى.
قطرة ثالثة.
قطرة رابعة. كنت أقبل كل قطرة تنزل من الغيب وأشرب من كل نبع يخرج من جوف الأرض. أغمض عيني، أدور أدور
أدور معك يا أبي.
أدور
أدور معك يا أبي.
أدور
أدور معك يا أبي.
أدور وأرى الماء بروحي،
إنك ترى انعكاسك في الماء يا أبي.
وأرى الحياة كما يجب أن تعاش، قطرة ففكرة فمحبة.
أحبك كما أحب المطر يا أبي.
نعم، إنه الماء سر من أسرار الله في هذا الكون، من أعظم المخلوقات وأولها في الوجود، أصل الحياة وأساس وجودها. وعلى ضفاف المياه قامت العديد من الحضارات عبر القرون. ولأنه شريان الحياة تتعدد القضايا المرتبطة به التي تستجد مع تقدم البشرية وتطورها. لذا لا تهدأ الدول والمنظمات والهيئات حول العالم من اكتشاف هذا العالم العجيب. صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فهد بن الجلندة آل سعيد الموقر، رئيس جامعة السلطان قابوس، راعي الحفل، أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرنا أن نرحب بكم في أسبوع عمان للمياه 2025. هذه هي النسخة الثانية من هذا الأسبوع الذي تستضيفه نماء لخدمات المياه بدعم من وزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه وهيئة تنظيم الخدمات العامة. هذا الأسبوع الذي يعد منصة مهمة لأحدث التطورات في استدامة المياه والابتكار والتكنولوجيا، ومساحة لمناقشة القضايا المرتبطة بهذا القطاع الواسع. أسبوع حافل زاخر متدفق كتدفق المياه، يجمع أكثر من 2500 مشارك، من بينهم أكثر من 100 متحدث دولي وإقليمي، وما يزيد عن 60 عارضا يمثلون أكثر من 25 دولة. نقاشات حول بناء مستقبل مرن وتعزيز القدرات لقطاع المياه في سلطنة عمان، واستراتيجيات التنمية والابتكار وإدارة المياه، والدور الحاسم الذي يلعبه هذا القطاع المهم. زيارات ميدانية تمنح المشاركين فرصة لاستكشاف أبرز مشاريع البنية الأساسية للمياه في سلطنة عمان. ندوات وحلقات عمل متخصصة تستعرض تجارب إقليمية ودولية ناجحة، وتسهم في تبادل المعرفة والخبرات بين المشاركين في أسبوع عمان للمياه 2025. فأهلا ومرحبا بكم مجددا. يسرنا بداية أن ندعو الفاضل قيس بن سعود الزكواني، الرئيس التنفيذي لنماء لخدمات المياه، لتقديم كلمة ترحيبية في بداية حفل الافتتاح.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فهد بن الجلندة آل سعيد الموقر، رئيس جامعة سلطان قابوس، أصحاب السمو والسعادة، حضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. عندما نتحدث عن الماء فإننا نصف رمزاً استنفذ فيه البشر الحديث منذ ملايين السنين، ولا عجب في ذلك، هو سر الحياة وسبب البقاء. ولأن تطورات الحياة وتغيير أنماطها وظروفها ومعطياتها يحتم على الإنسان أن يتواكب معها، فيبذل الغالي والنفيس لأجل سيرورة هذا الماء بالشكل الصحيح. وفي نماء لخدمات المياه نستبق المستقبل ونبذل الجهد لأجل استدامة شريان الحياة، إيفاء باحتياجات الحاضر وضمانا لحقوق الأجيال المستقبل. في نماء لخدمات المياه ندرك أن مسؤولياتنا وتتجاوز توفير المياه إلى ضمان إدارتها بكفاءة واستدامة. من هذا المنطلق تعمل نماء لخدمات المياه حالياً على إنجاز جملة من المشاريع الاستراتيجية بقيمة إجمالية تتعدى 550 مليون ريال عماني، أي ما يعادل 1.5 مليار دولار، وخطط طموحة للاستمرار في الإنفاق على مشاريع استراتيجية جديدة تتوزع بين قطاعي المياه والصرف الصحي، من خلال إنشاء خطوط نقل المياه وزيادة السعة التخزينية وإنشاء شبكات لخدمات المياه والصرف الصحي. ولأننا جزء لا يتجزأ من المجتمع، نسعى إلى تحقيق أقصى قيمة محلية مضافة وتخصيص 20% من إجمالي تكلفة المشاريع الاستراتيجية، وإعطاء الأولوية للمؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة في مشاريعنا، بما يسهم في تنمية الاقتصاد الوطني وفتح آفاق جديدة لريادة الأعمال في قطاع المياه والصرف الصحي. وفي إطار التزامنا الراسخ بتعزيز الاستدامة في قطاع المياه، نحرص على رفع موثوقية منظومة المياه من خلال استكشاف وتطوير مصادر مائية بديلة وتعظيم الاستفادة من مختلف مصادر المياه المتاحة. ويعد مشروع إنشاء محطة تنقية مياه سد وادي ضيقة بولاية قريات أحد المشاريع النوعية والمتفردة في سلطنة عمان، من حيث استغلال المياه السطحية والعمل على تنقيتها وفقاً لأفضل المعايير الفنية العالمية. وانطلاقاً من هذا النهج، تعد المياه المجددة التي يتم معالجتها من خلال تطبيق أفضل الممارسات العالمية ركيزة أساسية لضمان الاستخدام الأمثل للموارد المائية والإسهام في تحقيق التوازن البيئي من خلال زيادة رقعة المساحات الخضراء في سلطنة عمان. كما توفر المياه المجددة حلولاً مستدامة لدعم القطاعات الحيوية مثل الصناعة والتطوير الحضري. ويعتبر مشروع الشخاخيط أحد المشاريع الرائدة الذي يجسد رؤيتنا في تعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المجددة. هذا المشروع الذي يشهد إقبالاً كبيراً من المزارعين سيسهم في إحياء المزارع المهجورة غير الصالحة للزراعة إثر تملح التربة الناتج عن استنزاف المياه الجوفية، وزيادة الإنتاج الزراعي، مما يسهم في تعزيز الأمن الغذائي لسلطنة عمان. وفي إطار التزامنا بمواجهة تحديات المياه العالمية، نولي اهتماماً خاصاً لتقليل الفاقد من المياه، حيث تشير الإحصاءات إلى أن الفاقد العالمي يصل إلى الثلث. ومن أجل ذلك عملت نماء لخدمات المياه على تقليل هذا الفاقد بمختلف الطرق، مستخدمة أحدث التقنيات الممكنة لأجل الكشف عن مواقع تسرب المياه، باستخدام طائرات الدرون والاستعانة بالأقمار الصناعية واستخدام مجسات كشف الضوضاء مجهزة في سبيل التعامل مع هذا التحدي، إلى جانب تشكيل فرق متخصصة لمعالجة التسربات. ونتيجة لهذه الجهود تمكنا بفضل الله من خفض نسبة الفاقد بشكل متسارع، وهو إنجاز إضافي إلى سجل إنجازاتنا في كفاءة إدارة المياه. نحن في نماء لخدمات المياه نواكب التحولات الرقمية بأقصى ما يمكن، مستعينين بأفضل الممارسات العالمية وأحدث التقنيات، حفاظاً على جودة الخدمة وتسهيل للمستفيدين في إتمام معاملاتهم، حيث تم العمل على جملة من التطبيقات الرقمية التي تسهل للمستفيد إنجاز المعاملات بضغطة زر دون الحاجة إلى عناء الذهاب إلى منافذ الشركة المختلفة. إضافة إلى ذلك، بفضل الجهود المخلصة، فقد قطعنا شوطاً كبيراً في تحويل عدادات المياه من العدادات الميكانيكية إلى العدادات الرقمية، وزيادة نسبة التغطية إلى ما يقارب 95% من المشتركين، والتي تسهم في زيادة الوعي لترشيد الاستهلاك، وذلك من خلال توضيح مقدار الماء المستهلك بشكل محدث وفوري عبر التطبيقات الذكية. كما أنه يسهم في إصدار الفواتير بصورة أكثر دقة، والاستفادة أيضاً من البيانات المرسلة من العدادات الذكية. أنشأنا مركزاً لمتابعة المؤشرات الخاصة بنمط الاستهلاك على مدار الساعة لمعالجة المشاكل بشكل فوري. الحضور الكريم، إن تخصيص هذا الأسبوع أسبوع عمان للمياه ليدل دلالة واضحة على أهمية العناية بهذا القطاع العناية البالغة، وأهمية الحرص على رفده بكل الممكنات وكل الروافد التي تضمن استدامته، وصولاً إلى تحقيق الأمن المائي الذي بات المطلب الأول لكل دول العالم. ولا يكون ذلك إلا بتضافر الجهود وتشارك الرؤى بين مختلف الجهات والمؤسسات، وإن ما يصنعه العمل الجماعي أعظم مما يصنعه الفرد، وإن يد الله مع الجماعة. سائلين الله أن يديم علينا نعمائه وآلائه ويحفظنا وإياكم من كل سوء. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشهد في شركة نماء لخدمات المياه رحلة جديدة أطلقنا عليها رحلة الماء. في 10 محافظات، رحلة قادمة من البحر وأخرى من البر. تبدأ رحلة البحر وهي رحلة المياه العذبة من هنا. قناة لنقل مياه البحر تتخللها محطة التحلية التي تتخلص من الشوائب والأجسام الصلبة والجسيمات الصغيرة وباقي الترسبات، لتمد المخزون بالماء النقي، فتدفع به محطة الضخ ليعبر من خلال خطوط النقل ويستقر في خزان المياه، ثم يمضي إلى محطته الأخيرة عبر شبكة التوزيع. تتزامن مع رحلة الماء البحرية رحلة الماء البرية، وهي رحلة مياه الصرف الصحي القادمة من شبكة مياه الصرف الصحي لتمضي نحو محطة المعالجة، والتي بدورها تقوم بعملية المعالجة ثلاثيا لضمان الحصول على مياه معالجة عالية الجودة لتتوزع على المنشآت السكنية والتجارية والحكومية والزراعية. رحلة الماء التي نشهدها في شركة نماء لخدمات المياه من البحر إلى الصنبور ومن المنشآت إلى محطة المعالجة تأتي تعزيزا لشبكة إمدادات المياه في محافظات سلطنة عمان، خدمة للوطن والمواطن. شركة نماء لخدمات المياه.
أيها الحفل الكريم، يشهد أسبوع عمان للمياه 2025 تجمعاً رفيع المستوى لقادة الصناعة وصناع السياسات والخبراء لرسم مسار إدارة المياه والاستدامة. كما يطرح الأسبوع قضية المياه المنتجة لتحسين إعادة استخدام مياه الصرف الصحي وتحلية المياه والمعالجة الصناعية والنفط والغاز وغيرها من القطاعات كثيفة الاستخدام للمياه. أيها الحضور الكرام، إن تنظيم أسبوع عمان للمياه دلالة واضحة على أهمية العناية بهذا القطاع والعمل على ضمان استدامته وتحقيق الأمن المائي الذي بات المطلب الأولي لكل دول العالم، وما مشاركة الخبراء والمختصين من مختلف الدول ومن المنظمات والهيئات العالمية ذات العلاقة إلا إثراء وإضافة لفعاليات هذا الأسبوع. سنبقى الآن مع المتحدث الرئيس في هذا الأسبوع الدكتور أمجد المهدي، المدير الإقليمي للشرق الأوسط وشمال أفريقيا، سيتحدث حول اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ، صندوق المناخ الأخضر.
السلام عليكم، كل عام وانتم بخير. ويسعدني دايما ان اكون معاكم في الدورة الثانية لأسبوع عمان للمياه. اسمحوا لي اتكلم بالانجليزية. So, Excellency Dr. Fahd Al Said, thanks for opening and hosting the Oman Water Week, and distinguished speaker and everyone in the room. Thanks for welcome us here and the hospitality, and also give us the opportunity to be with you in such big event. Today, I wanted to talk to you about water security. And water security, it's really climate security. I think organizing Oman Water Week after Oman Climate Week, that really give a great understanding of how really the climate change impacting the water system. So for us, climate change, it's really water change. So I will try to take the water security challenge from the aspect of finance, because we know like we really need to invest in water, and water sector, we understand it doesn't really attract too much investment from the private sector and sometimes even from the public sector. So I will try to cover like how we can really reshift this, how we can attract or make the water sector investment are more attractive and less risk for private sector. Because as we have seen, like we cannot rely on public finance for water system, because public finance are really declining everywhere around us. And to be able really to continue invest in the water sector, we need to bring with us the private sector. So how we can make this happen? So I just wanted to give for everyone how really the global water system are changing under the climate change, and then talk about the challenge within the water sector in terms of finance, why we are not able to attract more finance, and then explain the role of the climate finance, how the climate finance can really act as a catalytic to mobilize more finance for water sector, and then give you some example of successful project and also successful innovative finance for the water sector. Of course, what we are living in at the moment, it's really new climate. So we have seen the shift in climate in terms of the frequency, the duration, the intensity of the rainfall, even here in Oman, to see like some areas become very drought, some areas start to receiving more rain, even flood sometime as well. And of course, the new climate we are living in starts to impact not just the water sector, but even the food security, the agriculture sector. And what we see, it's 80% really from climate change can be observed in the water sector. So the water sector as a medium where you can see most of the impact of climate change can be really observed, but also most of the solutions for the climate change in terms of energy or reducing emissions, but also in terms of adaptations, can also start from the water sector. And what we have also seen globally, it's really the water sector or the global planetary boundary for the water sector start actually to go outside the safe zone. So in that figure, that was a study that being done in 2022. So like very much 2.5 years ago. And what have seen the green water actually reach outside the safe zone. When we look at the study that been just the same study being repeated again in 2024, we have seen also that become more accelerated as well. And what does it mean? It does mean really like the green water as a key component of our freshwater system in terms of rainfall and also evaporation and soil moisture. It starts actually to go beyond the level of security. And that really become as like encouraging us really to really think and act quickly, because we can't just continue see that declining, and it's impacted the land use, it's impacting the biodiversity, impacting our food security as well. And of course, if we look at the regions, our region in MENA, including Oman, facing water scarcity region, so the most water scarce region, but also in terms of the level of water stress as well. And that between the region and even within the country, we see multiple areas within each country facing that water stress, where in many cases, like the population facing at least 1 month without water in many places within our region as well. When we look at the scale of water storage, so what that figure blue there, if you look at it, you will see like all the man-made storage only increase. All other nature storage are actually declining, are actually decreasing. And this actually require from us again to look at a better way to manage those storage system in a more integrated fashion. And I think Nama already start to do this as well in Oman, to look at the wetlands and other natural storage with, of course, wastewater treatment plant, desalination, and so on. And when we look at the water use, again, so the easy way to read the figure on your right here, if it's orange, it means water use increased from 2019 to 2050. If it's a gray, that means water use actually decreasing. And in Oman, we actually see also as Oman working on more improving efficiency, your plans actually water use will be decreased, and that coming from the increasing and investment in water in efficiency and also in other water supply sources as well. But in terms of the absolute water scarcity, Oman and other many countries in the region is still facing that absolute water scarcity. So again, less water per capita. And of course, if we look across all the regions here, I will just highlight, like in Oman, the climate projections in Oman, very clear, aggravating really the freshwater availability. So we have seen a decline in the freshwater availability, but also increase in the annual variability in the rainfall. And actually, Oman, it's the country with like the 10th lowest average rainfall as well in the world. And that again, quite alarming. So we really need to invest more in the resources we have, or the limited resources we have here. So what is in front of us here? So we have a clear mandate under the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, and we also have a clear mandate under the Paris Agreement by 2030 as well. And we really have 5 years in front of us. So can we really make it happen? If we look at the SDGs, our performance globally, we are actually backwards. So we are not actually delivering on SDG 6. It's one of the, again, lowest performance indicators as well. So we really have 5 years. And if we look at the scale of finance required, we really need trillions. If we look at the MENA region, the recent assessment by ESCO was actually talking about 570 billion that's actually required for investment in the water sector. So how we can actually get that finance? How we can really mobilize more finance without really putting more pressure in the government as well, because public finance are very tight as well. And everywhere, we know like that study from the World Bank that really proved the water investment, it's one of the key sectors that has a good return on investment, especially it's really transforming the scale of resilience in the community as well. And I wanted to take that holistic view about the water security. So water security really comes with climate security, with food security, with ecosystem, and of course, energy security as well. And I was lucky to engage with the UN, and we publish the role of water in mitigation as well, because sometimes we ignore the water. Water actually gets used for mitigation purpose if you wanted to invest in energy sector or oil and gas as well. So what really the key barriers here for us? Like why we are not able as a water people attract investment in the water sector? And if we look at, there is a very generic barriers that exist everywhere, which talking about the limited access to finance, the lacking of the regulations, the implementation. But if we really dive deep in any particular water project and try to understand what are really the key barriers for that water project to be bankable, so able to attract investment, and also deliver on affordability, like deliver a product at the end that can be really accessible by everyone. So first, we talk about water price. And of course, water has to be public good. So we're not promoting to add more costs on the end user. So water needs to be available for everyone at the proper cost. Water service, we also see like most of the water project or the water service are really underpricing as well. So it's not really getting the right cost to continue, maintain, and operate the system. When we look at the water project are really capital intensive, so require a lot of capital investment upfront. And that again, push back the private sector to come and invest in the water sector. How we are able to monetize all other core benefits in terms of environment, social aspect in water as well. And also the country is specific as well. But one of the last points here I wanted to make, it's really the poor design of our business model. And sometimes we have seen lacking of even considering operational and maintenance costs of the project. So we have seen many development projects. They go, they develop, they put the structure or the infrastructure, and then after the funds stop, all those developments become collapsing because there is no future planning, there is no sustainability, there is no future ownership of those infrastructure to ensure they are maintained and operate. But is that actually the case in front of the investors? So if you look at in front of the investors, so that a recent study done by the World Bank as well with Morgan Stanley. And what does it show? Actually, water sector or water solutions, that's including technology, as we heard from Nama, but also other investment in the water sector. It has shows actually water solution become one of the pioneer sector to attract investment in US, in Europe, and in other countries like Japan. So can we do this in our region? Can we do this in Oman? Can we do this in the MENA region? I think we can, and I will try to show you how we can actually make this happen. But before we answer this question, how we make it happen, does the climate finance has a role? So what is climate finance in a simple way? Climate finance, it's different from public finance or development finance. It's really looking at investing in project that has climate impact. So either reducing emissions of the CO2 as a mitigation or improving resilience as adaptation. And it comes from many sources as well. It comes from international financial institutions or public institutions or private and other philanthropy and so on. So if we look at the landscape of the climate finance, I know it looks very complex, but in a very simple way, you have a very dedicated climate finance that's been established under the Paris Agreement. So we have like Jeff working on environments. We have a Green Climate Fund, which I represent, which is the largest multilateral climate fund. And we have Adaptation Fund. And then we have some other dedicated fund that like loss and damage that been announced in the last COP and also being established in the COP in Emirates. And also we have the Climate Investment Fund. And then we have a development finance, which come from all the development banks, like Oman Development Bank. We've been in a discussion with them, and I will happy to continue that discussion as well with Oman Development Bank. And then you have the bilateral development finance. And then you have all the private sector finance as an asset manager, pension funds, all those private funds, they come and invest in climate finance. So they have, again, clear window for climate finance. And then you have the public finance. When the country put a strategy, put a clear investment plan in the climate project. But when you look at the water sector, how all those different finance are really interacting that really serve the private sector. So it looks very complex on that figure on the right. But you don't need really to bother yourself with this. What you really need to bother yourself with when you think about water project, how would you structure that project to be bankable, so able to attract that investment, either public or private or climate finance or all together as a blended finance? And how would you ensure that project deliver something that's very affordable as well? So without increasing water tariff, that become water accessibility very hard for people. So what could be really, I will just in 2 slides focus on the role of the Green Climate Fund as GCF and how we make this happen, and then share with you some example. So GCF, it's really the largest multilateral climate fund that is established under the Paris Agreement to serve mitigation and adaptation. And our role really is to finance project, of course, but de-risk that project or de-risk those investments to be able really to mobilize more finance for water sector. And we work across all sectors, not just water, but we have a clear focus as well in the water sector. And I am glad to be like the first one lead the water sector within GCF and put the strategy for GCF to invest in the water sector. And we have very clear 6 investment criteria when we receive any project to attract the investment from GCF. Impact, it's either mitigation or adaptation, sustainable development, we're looking at all the co-benefits, the innovative in that solution or the opportunity to be scaled as well or replicate to within the country or from one country to another country as water solutions, but also looking at the country ownership because we really work with the country. We really deliver on those to the country. So we need to see how this project align with the country strategy and plan. And of course, we're looking at the efficiency and effectiveness. And the way we're really allocating fund, we are very unique in that fund type. So we have like a different window of fund. We have a clear envelope for each country, 10 million for each country, divided as 6 million for national adaptation plan and 4 million to build the capacity inside the country. And then we have a simplified or project preparation process where for each concept node, you can actually get a seed fund up to 1.5 million that really help you to develop your concept idea to funding proposal. We don't really have a cap on how much we can invest in a project, but we have a minimum threshold, which is 10 million as a minimum for us. So where we are located within all those funds and how we can actually use the scale of the ticket size or the scale of finance we are providing for the project with the level of risk we are taking. That really help us to scale the market and establish really the market for investment, including the water investment project. And in our strategy, we have defined clear directions for what type of projects that really can access climate finance. And then I don't want to make you think a lot about this, but any water project can really access climate finance if we are able to show the level of contribution from climate change. For example, if we talk about WASH project, and WASH project, we know it's a very hard to attract investment, but it can really attract investment, including climate finance. If you take the whole cycle view of the WASH system to look at all other impacts from the cycle, like waste to energy, the impact on health, the impact on education, if you are able to work across the whole system, you will be able really to attract climate finance. So innovative finance, what are the different type of innovative finance? One thing is really like we heard about blended finance. Blended finance, it's in a very simple way, you blend different type of finance. Those could be public finance and private finance, or it could be blend grants with concessional loans. But the main thing, you really need to look at the affordability and also the bankability as well. Bankability of able to attract investment in the project, affordability, providing the product out or the outcome of that project in a more affordable way. But how we can really provide a new concept that really, again, attract more investment in the water sector. So one concept we have put in GCF is actually treating water as a new asset class. You know, when you have an asset and that asset well defined, you can actually start investing in that asset and attract investment for that asset. So how you treat water as an asset class, especially for like wastewater reuse or desalination, or even a wash plant as well. So you really need to have those 4 elements to start design your water project as an asset class for water. One is really the financial aspect, of course, and that need to come as blended finance or special vehicle purpose, or you crowd in more finance. I don't want to bother you with all those financial terms, but again, how you structure the financial elements of that project. The second is really to look at the revenue streams, and revenue streams here need to be acceptable by SDGs and also by the Paris Agreement. So you can look at the different revenue streams, even including like the carbon market as well. Can it work? Yes. So this one example where it shows like we are able to use treating water as a new asset class in South Africa to design a water project that really helped the countries to invest in wastewater reuse for 1.5 billion. And that by GCF, we have put forward 235 million, but 235 million were able to attract 1.2 billion from other financial institutions, including the private sector, including asset managers and pension funds, because what we have done is actually we take all the upfront costs and we de-risk that investment, and we make the projects that come under that program to be more affordable and also more bankable. That allow almost 65 water utilities in South Africa to be able to invest in wastewater reuse system. Another new innovative mechanism, using the debt swap. If you look at our region, most of the countries, they having high level of debt. So can we actually change that debt to become a positive investment in the water sector or in climate water projects? So if you look at the top figure here, it shows actually all the steps that you need to follow to look at debt swap. Debt swap, in a very simple way, the country has a loan with X entities. They go and negotiate again with another entity to buy that loan and use like a less interest rate. So the saving in that interest rate become benefit to the country to invest in climate projects. When GCF become as part of that discussion, we've been able to increase that benefit to the country. One example, we have done it in Barbados. So they wanted to invest in wastewater reuse, and they have 500 million loans. And they've been discussing with European Investment Bank and other banks to buy those loans and reduce the interest rate. Without GCF in the discussion, they were able from 500 million by changing the interest rate to save only 20 million to invest in wastewater reuse. When GCF engaged, we increased those 20 million to 70 million for the country to invest in wastewater reuse. So that again showed the power of climate finance and also using debt swap as a new mechanism for water projects. So lastly, where we are standing in climate finance in the region. So far we have invested in like around 1 billion projects with a total value of 4.6 billion. And that again showed the power of using our climate finance to leverage other finance. The good thing about really MENA region, it's really able to attract investment. So if you look at the whole GCF portfolio, our leverage capacity was, for each dollar we put around $2.8 we are able to get from other financial institutions. When you look at MENA region, we are able to go up to $3.5 extra for each dollar we invest. That again showed the power of investment and the interest of investors to invest in water sector or in climate projects in MENA region. So to close, I think what we can gain from this, there is a clear barriers for finance in the water sector that come from the insufficient funding, the political will, the lacking of the regulations and the framework to attract that investment. But there is always an opportunity there by looking at innovative finance, blended finance, all other those new opportunities of new finance and structure the project in a proper way. And of course, what I wanted to give as a message here for the governments in Oman, and we are working very closely with Oman government. And the first project actually for Oman will be in June to be approved by our board. So congratulations in advance for Oman. And that's really to look at innovative finance, to look at the regulatory framework. So we're working closely with Minister of Finance, also Oman Development Bank and Istidama program to see how we can actually make this happen here in Oman as well. And of course, looking on the capacity building. So our national designated authority here is the Environment Supreme Council of Oman. And we work with them on how we can actually use that country envelope to build the capacity in Oman. I think if we are able to do this, we'll be able to strengthen the investment in the water sector, pave the way really for water security and across all other sectors. So water sector, it's really the connector. So it's connect water with energy, with food, with ecosystem and climate. Thank you for your attention and listening, and happy to take any question. Thank you.
صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فهد بن الجلندة آل سعيد الموقر رئيس جامعة السلطان قابوس، أصحاب السمو وأصحاب السعادة الضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. باسمي وباسم أعضاء اللجنة الفنية واللجنة التنظيمية لأسبوع عمان للمياه، يشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في حفل افتتاح النسخة الثانية من هذا الأسبوع. هذا الحدث البارز الذي يجمع نخبة من الخبراء وصناع القرار والمبتكرين لمناقشة التحديات المائية الأكثر إلحاحاً وبلورة حلول مستدامة تواكب تطلعات المستقبل. لقد عملنا جاهدين خلال الأشهر الماضية على تصميم هذا الحدث ليكون منصة فاعلة للحوار والتعاون، حيث يجمع العقول الرائدة من مختلف التخصصات لتبادل المعرفة وتطوير استراتيجيات عملية تعزز أمننا المائي وتمهد لمستقبل مستدام يواكب رؤية عمان 2040. يشمل هذا الحدث العديد من البرامج الفنية والملتقيات الحوارية وورش العمل التفاعلية التي ستجمع بين الخبرات التقنية والرؤى الاستراتيجية بهدف صياغة خارطة طريق متكاملة لإدارة الموارد المائية في سلطنة عمان. كما يتيح المعرض المصاحب فرصة لاستكشاف أحدث الابتكارات والحلول التي يمكن أن تسهم في إحداث تحول نوعي في قطاع المياه. إن نجاح هذا الحدث يعتمد على تضافر جهودنا جميعا، فالتحديات التي تواجهنا تتطلب تفكيرا جماعيا وعملا مشتركا، ومسؤوليتنا اليوم أن نضع الأسس الصحيحة لضمان أمننا المائي للأجيال القادمة.
يعد البرنامج الاستراتيجي في أسبوع عمان المياه 2025 منبراً أساسياً لمناقشة القضايا والسياسات والاستراتيجيات المتعلقة بقطاع المياه والأمن المائي، حيث سنستضيف نخبة من صناع القرار والخبراء في الجلسة النقاشية التي تتضمن هذا المحور أو البرنامج الاستراتيجي. وسيتم مناقشة التحديات التي تواجه القطاع وكذلك الحلول المقترحة لمثل هذه التحديات لمستقبل للقطاع والأمن المائي بما يتماشى مع رؤية عمان 2040، حيث سيغطي البرنامج الاستراتيجي عدد من المحاور، منها طبعا الشراكة بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام لمستقبل أفضل لقطاع المياه واحتياجات المياه المتزايدة. كذلك سيتم مناقشة الأطر التنظيمية والسياسات المختلفة بما يتماشى ويحقق رؤية عمان 2040، بالإضافة إلى تعزيز الكفاءات المحلية والبحث وتطوير الابتكار خصوصا ومجال الاستثمار كذلك، خصوصا في نقل وتوطين التقانة المتعلقة بقطاع المياه والأمن المائي لإدارة فاعلة لهذا القطاع في المستقبل.
نجاح هذا الحدث يعتمد على تضافر جهودنا جميعا، فالتحديات التي تواجهنا تتطلب تفكيرا جماعيا وعملا مشتركا، ومسؤوليتنا اليوم أن نضع الأسس الصحيحة لضمان أمننا المائي للأجيال القادمة.
يعد البرنامج الاستراتيجي في أسبوع عمان المياه 2025 منبراً أساسياً لمناقشة القضايا والسياسات والاستراتيجيات المتعلقة بقطاع المياه والأمن المائي، حيث سنستضيف نخبة من صناع القرار والخبراء في الجلسة النقاشية التي تتضمن هذا المحور أو البرنامج الاستراتيجي. وسيتم مناقشة التحديات التي تواجه القطاع وكذلك الحلول المقترحة لمثل هذه التحديات لمستقبل للقطاع والأمن المائي بما يتماشى مع رؤية عمان 2040، حيث سيغطي البرنامج الاستراتيجي عدد من المحاور، منها طبعا الشراكة بين القطاع الخاص والقطاع العام لمستقبل أفضل لقطاع المياه واحتياجات المياه المتزايدة. كذلك سيتم مناقشة الأطر التنظيمية والسياسات المختلفة بما يتماشى ويحقق رؤية عمان 2040، بالإضافة إلى تعزيز الكفاءات المحلية والبحث وتطوير الابتكار خصوصا ومجال الاستثمار كذلك، خصوصا في نقل وتوطين التقانة المتعلقة بقطاع المياه والأمن المائي لإدارة فاعلة لهذا القطاع في المستقبل، حيث نتطلع بإذن الله تعالى في هذه الجلسة لمشاركة الخبراء والمختصين المعنيين لمناقشة المحاور التي ذكرناها سابقا، بهدف طبعا الوصول للمستقبل الأفضل لقطاع المياه والأمن المائي بما يتماشى مع رؤية عمان 2040 وتحقيق توازن حقيقة للطلب المتزايد على المياه والاستدامة المائية بإذن الله تعالى.
أيها الحفل الكريم، في هذه اللحظات يسرنا دعوة صاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فهد بن الجلندة السعيد الموقر رئيس جامعة السلطان قابوس راعي الحفل للتكرم على المنصة وبمعيته الفاضل قيس بن سعود الزكواني الرئيس التنفيذي لنمال خدمات المياه. حيث يسر نمال خدمات المياه بمناسبة افتتاح أسبوع عمان للمياه أن تقدم هدية لصاحب السمو على تكرمه برعاية حفل افتتاح أسبوع عمان للمياه 2025. ومع ختام حفل افتتاح أسبوع عمان للمياه 2025 نتقدم بالشكر الجزيل لصاحب السمو السيد الدكتور فهد بن الجلندة السعيد الموقر رئيس جامعة السلطان قابوس على رعايته لحفل افتتاح هذا الأسبوع. ويسرنا أن ندعو صاحب السمو للتكرم بافتتاح المعرض المصاحب لهذا الحدث. الشكر موصول لأصحاب السعادة ولجميع ضيوفنا وضيوف سلطنة عمان والجميع الحضور الكرام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
منك تحت خلاص وبعدين هنا ريد. تعال حبيبي بليز. ما في طويل انا اشوف كيف ترتيب. هذا في هذا سيمسون اكس ار. اوكي انا اشوف اوكي. اوكي اوكي.
تشيك تشيك. بسم الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم مجددا في أسبوع عمان للمياه في إطار سعي نماء لخدمات المياه للعمل المستمر مع مختلف الشركاء، ومنها العمل مع مؤسسات التعليم العالي. اليوم نماء لخدمات المياه توقع 3 اتفاقيات للتعاون العلمي والبحثي مع عدد 3 من مؤسسات التعليم العالي هنا في سلطنة عمان. طبعا سبق لنماء لخدمات المياه أيضا توقيع مع عدد من المؤسسات الأكاديمية هنا في سلطنة عمان، وتستكمل هذا الدور مع مختلف المؤسسات التعليمية في سلطنة عمان للتعاون في المجال البحثي والعلمي في قطاع المياه. يسرنا دعوة الفاضل إبراهيم بن محمد الحارثي الرئيس التنفيذي للتخطيط وإدارة الوصول بنماء لخدمات المياه للتوقيع بالإنابة عن نماء لخدمات المياه. كما ندعو الدكتور أحمد بن محمد المعمري مساعد رئيس جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية بمسقط للتوقيع من قبل جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية على مذكرة التعاون والاتفاقية مع نماء لخدمات المياه فيما يتعلق بالبحوث العلمية المشتركة في قطاع المياه. شكرا جزيلا دكتور أحمد المعمري. الآن ندعو الدكتور طلال الوهيبي عميد كلية الهندسة بجامعة الشرقية للتوقيع على اتفاقية شراكة بحثية وعلمية مع نماء لخدمات المياه بين جامعة الشرقية ونماء لخدمات المياه. شكرا جزيلا الدكتور طلال الوهيبي عميد كلية الهندسة بجامعة الشرقية. الآن ندعو الدكتور أحمد البلوشي عميد كلية الهندسة بالجامعة الوطنية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا للتوقيع عن جامعة الوطنية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا مع نماء لخدمات المياه اتفاقية البحوث العلمية فيما يتعلق بقطاع المياه. شكرا جزيلا الدكتور أحمد البلوشي عميد كلية الهندسة بالجامعة الوطنية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا. ونطلب من الفاضل إبراهيم الحارثي التكرم بالبقاء معنا لتكريم الرعاة وكذلك اللجنة الفنية واللجنة التنظيمية. بلا شك جهود كبيرة تمت خلال الفترة الماضية للتحضير لهذا الأسبوع من قبل لجان متعددة، ومنها اللجنة الفنية وكذلك اللجنة التنظيمية. مجموعة من الشركاء أيضا في تنظيم نمال خدمات المياه لهذا الأسبوع بمختلف فعالياته وأنشطته التي تمتد لهذا الأسبوع، سواء كانت شركات قطاع خاص أو حتى من المؤسسات الحكومية التي تساهم في استضافة نمال خدمات المياه لأسبوع عمان للمياه في نسخته الثانية. إذن سنبدأ مع الرعاة. كما ذكرنا مجموعة من الشركاء، هناك شركاء استراتيجيون ومنهم شركة مجيس. فيوليا. مرافق. شريك المدن الذكية تدوم. الراعي البلاتيني سويز. أيضا الراعي البلاتيني فيوتشر فايبس. الراعي الذهبي جي اف كاريس أو كوريس عفوا. الراعي الذهبي أيضا حسن علام. أكوا باور. جي اس إنيما. WRC. الآن اللجنة الفنية للمؤتمر ماجد القصابي. هاني خليفة. المهندس سعيد السرحاني. المهندس أيوب الكندي. المهندسة سعادة شكيلية. الدكتور محمد العبري. الدكتورة سوسن الريامية. المهندس إسحاق الكندي. المهندس منذر البطاشي. ماهندران سنبائي. عصام الراشدي. المهندس عبد الكريم الهنائي. زهران الراشدي. حمد. المهندس منصور الوضاحي. الدكتورة عائشة الخاطرية. إيمان الراغي. الدكتورة بثينة الوهيبية. الدكتور سالم المعمري. الدكتور محمد السعيدي. الدكتور علي المكتومي. المهندس أحمد السعدوني. الدكتور يوسف بروزين. الدكتور محمد الرواحي. الدكتور وليد أبو الحسن. الدكتور عيسى الشيباني. الدكتور فهد الحوسني. اللجنة المنظمة بشرى السيابية. بدر الكيومي. زين المنجية. سارة عصام. برامود فرانسيس. حسام الخروصي. شكرا جزيلا أستاذ إبراهيم بن محمد الحارثي الرئيس التنفيذي للتخطيط وإدارة الأصول. شكرا جزيلا. إذن كانت هذه فقرة توقيع الاتفاقيات والتكريم. نستكمل معكم إن شاء الله بقية أعمال الجلسات النقاشية في هذه القاعة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hussam Al-Kharousi, Conference Manager on behalf of Raya Services and Oman Water Week team. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all. Over the coming days, we will have fruitful sessions throughout all programs, municipal program, industrial program, and hydrogen workshop. Also, we have the Water Talks program. Thank you for being here, for contributing to this important event. Let's make this week of learning connections and progress. Now let's begin with our strategic program. Session 1 is building resilient water future for Oman. It will be chaired by Dr. Ali Al-Maktoumi. He is Associate Professor in Water Resources Management and Director of the Water Resource Center at Sultan Qaboos University. Obtained PhD in Environmental Engineering, Water Resources Management, Groundwater Hydrology from the University of Queensland, Australia in June 2007. He have published more than 70 referred papers. Let's welcome Dr. Ali to the stage, please.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I would like to start with thanking the organizing committee and Nama Water for the opportunity for me to be part of this important event. And I will run the session in English, and as it has been announced in morning opening that there are some translation facilities here from English to Arabic and vice versa. The session today will be focusing on how to improve and increase the water sector resilience in Oman. And in fact, Oman is sharing the same challenges with many countries in the region. There are common challenges like water scarcity, challenges in increasing demand, non-revenue water, policies enforcing and governance related matters. Along with all of these challenges, the challenges in water sectors keep emerging and even keep pressing. And however, some countries, in fact, they have good case studies and they have went through some projects that enable them to improve the resilience and to improve the efficiency of water management. And how the session will be run, in fact, there are a group of excellent scientists and experts who will be joining us on the stage here, and there will be a discussion about different aspects. And I will run the session by asking a couple of questions. However, I will also invite the audience to be part of the discussion along the next 1 hour. But I am urging those who will ask questions to be very specific and short and straight to the point, just to efficiently use the time, as we are willing to set a program to efficiently use our water resources. So I would like you to join me in welcoming the panelists, and I will start with Engineer Nasser Al-Battashi. Engineer Nasser bin Mohammed Al-Battashi, he is currently the Director General of Water Resources Assessment, Ministry of Agriculture, Wealth, Fisheries, Water Resources, Sultanate of Oman. Engineer Nasser started in very early in 2003, graduated diploma in planning, University of Melbourne, Australia, and then he got his master in engineering from Victoria University, Australia again. And after that, he started with as a civil engineer in dam department, then the head of the department implementation section, then head of dam implementation section, and then he went up the ladder up to director, as I mentioned, general for water assessment. Engineer Nasser, welcome to the stage, please. We are having Ms. Sharafat Ofilal, and she's a member of the Strategic Advisory Group of the international, I guess, international monitoring initiative for the United Nations, the water sector, and she's a former minister in charge of water Moroccan government. And she has a very impressive CV, and I will just mention a few things, and I have to excuse for that for the sake of time. She has an about 27 years of experience since graduated as an engineering, with an engineering degree. She played an important role in the recognition of water as a sector most affected by climate change, which is culminated in the organization of the Water Action Day during the COP22. And in the sense, she chaired the first international conference on water and climate in Rabat in 2016. I'm quite sure you will be of an added value to our discussion today, so please welcome to the stage. We are having Engineer Ibrahim bin Mohammed Al-Harthi, Executive Management as Chief Planning and Asset Management Officer in Nama Water. He has over 25 years of experience in various fields such as techno-economic analysis, asset management, power system performance, water wastewater system performance, capital and operational investment. Engineer Ibrahim, welcome to the stage. We have as well Dr. Walid Abul Hassan. He's a Senior Water Resources Management Officer in the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, and also he has an impressive CV. It's a full paragraph here. His impressive career includes successful management of irrigation projects and substantial contributions to international water management development. From 2018 to 2023, he excelled as a water resources management expert at FAO. I'm quite sure, Dr. Walid, you will be also contributing to a very important field in our session today, which is agricultural water. And we are having Dr. Marco Arisir. He's the president of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage. He's presently the Secretary General of the Italian National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage. In his professional career spanning more than 25 years, he has contributed to various studies and research in agriculture, water management, land and water resources development, irrigation and drainage. So please welcome to the stage, Dr. Marco. We are having Dr. Arafat Muhammad Al-Jabri, and he's Al-Jabari, I guess. Sorry to pronounce it wrong, if it is wrong. Al-Jabri. And he's a Chief Contracts Management and Reliability and Local Content Officer from Saudi Water Partnership Company. And Dr. Al-Jabri is a visionary senior executive with over 27 years of rich leadership experience in the water desalination sector. Please welcome to the stage. Very happy to have you with us today. And we are also having Engineer Saud Al-Shidani. He's the Director General, Water and Wastewater Regulation from the Authority for Public Services Regulation. He has over 2 decades of extensive experience in both public and private sectors. Engineer Saud is a seasoned professional in the fields of communication and stakeholder engagement, equipped with advanced skills and asset management and organization thinking to drive success. Welcome, Engineer Saud. So with all of those impressive CVs, I think we are going to have, and all of those members, what I noticed from the CV, they are having more than 25 to 30 years of experience. I'm quite sure that this rich experience will be very helpful for us today. So I will start with the general questions, and maybe I will leave the floor for any one of you to start. But also, as I say to the audience, it will be also excellent if we can have our answers short and straight to the point. And as we started saying that Oman is facing increasing and pressing water scarcity and climate-related challenges, as has been mentioned, and as we all of us know, and we have repeatedly saying it when we ever meet, like these meetings. So from your perspective and previous experience, what are the key elements required to build a resilient water future for Oman? What used to be challenges in the past is not remaining as a challenge today. even those challenging become even more challenging. So the challenge is more challenging. So what are the key elements from your perspective is required to build up a water resilient for water in Oman? Maybe I will start with you, Marco. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored, let me say that I'm very honored and very pleased to be here with you. This is my first time in Oman, so I'm very eager to, especially to hear from such an advanced country, and of course to give my contribution. Well, as president of ICID, International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, I believe that we can build a resilient future for a country such as Oman, not forgetting, not leaving behind, and always keeping well in mind the water, energy, food nexus. What I mean that we can build a resilient future for water resources management for Oman if we keep in mind the overall and the broader picture we have. We have also to deal with, talking about water, we have to deal with food security, with energy, and climate change, of course. So I was very much struck when I was coming here and starting to study about Oman, about the possibility of Oman being one of the country leader for hydrogen production. And I believe this is a very interesting approach because if we can develop production of green hydrogen, then we can reduce very much the carbon footprint for processes such as desalination, for instance, which is a very energy-consuming process, but it's very essential. I remember that as of now, Oman is relying for desalinated water, something ranging like 20 to 30% of water use for the global water use. I mean, more than 70% is coming from groundwater. So I believe that Oman is a very interesting case because you have the structures for the distribution of hydrogen. And the problem with green hydrogen is, of course, especially linked to the storage. And I think there's a new perspective I wanted to share with you. I think you all know about this. The problem of the main problem of green hydrogen is to convey and to storage. So by means of ammonia can be a very good vehicle for distribution of hydrogen, of green hydrogen. So having said this, I believe that, of course, there's a lot that can be still done, especially talking about, as I come from the irrigation sector, I think that all that is dealing with water resources management in terms of irrigation scheduling, for instance, the adoption of expert systems who can help farmers to exactly determine which is the best moment to irrigate, how much water to be given. And of course, given the present conditions, there's a lot that can be done in Oman.
We will talk about the irrigation and in another point.
Thank you.
So what you are saying is green hydrogen is one element that need to
be
the focus in the future.
Yes.
If you allow me, I will move to Al Jabri. And as a nearby country sharing the same environment challenges, what do you think, in very short, one of the key elements to add to what has been already said for Oman to have a resilient water future?
I think, thank you for, first of all, to invite us to this very good opportunity. And I think establishing water pricing system and to show the actual tariff of water, how much it costs to the community and the economy, to have a conservation system that it must to be implemented and not it's only nice to have. Invest in water desalination and treated water infrastructure. Reduce the leakage of water in distribution network, which is known to be non-revenue water. I think this is the major things with increasing or spreading the knowledge of how to keep every drop of water for future.
Okay, thank you. And this will take me to Engineer Ibrahim Al-Harthi. Having listened to what has been raised here and also this morning, how is NAMA Water Services ensuring the resilience and the efficiency of the Oman's water infrastructure?
I think that I'll pick up from my colleague from the Saudi, because we share almost the same climatic changes. I think that as a freshwater, potable water service provider, NAMA Water Services was focused more on trying to be as efficient as we can with regard to the resources that we have. Our focus was on ensuring that we have a very clear strategy, a long-term strategy that caters for both the supply and demand. So we know what the demand is going to be, and we need to secure the resources for it. Being in the dry belt countries, we know that we are depending so much on desalination, but we want to integrate all the other resources available and be as efficient as we can. As mentioned, we are trying to extract the most value out of water. We're trying to reduce the leakages. We're implementing the new technologies, AI, drones, whatever we have now in terms of tools available within the cutting edge, I think, technologies. We're bringing all those technology providers here to Oman, and we're trying to leverage on all the knowledge that they can give to us. We spent a lot on trying to tap into the new technologies with R&D. We have a newly established research and development and innovation center with Gradient from Singapore, which is very promising and looking at all the new technologies. So this is more or less, I think, most of the things that we're focusing on. But we're also focused on trying to integrate all the water resources and then using the renewed water to the extent possible to pick up some of the demand, especially industrial water. So this helps us to direct our resources and our finite resources into a more kind of optimized manner.
Good. So the plan is for NAMA is to invest more in cut-off technologies and the emerging technologies, AI and machine learning tools, to enhance and for better and efficient management of water resources.
This is one of
Yes. Yes.
the pillars of our strategy. Yes.
Good. I will go from Oman to Morocco. And Mr. Arafat, you have been working in the government, and I'm quite sure that you have moved through a lot of reforming of policies and setting strategies to address several challenges facing Moroccan water sector. Could you please tell us what kind of lessons or that we can learn from Morocco and adapt in Oman?
Okay.
From your experience.
Yeah. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this panel. Tackling the water issues, it's very important not only for the Gulf region, but also for the Maghreb, as there is a huge similarity in terms of situation. Morocco has been facing very, very severe and dramatic drought for almost 7 years. And we have learned a lot of lessons from this part. So how to build resilience for the water sectors, there is many aspects that we could tackle, but the most important pillar is just governance. Governance is very important. The water sector is attracting more and more investments in infrastructure, in capacity building, but we should also allocate resources and finance for building good governance among all sectors, and how to build policies, converged policies among all sectors. We should not go beyond our capacity in terms of development. There is a limit. There is a water capital in each country. We should not look for the water to accompany our development, but we have to see what kind of development should we set, taking into account the water scarcity. We cannot push the development beyond our capacity and beyond the water capital of any countries. Of course, this not be acceptable for some sectors. For example, in Morocco, we are very agriculture, our economy is agriculture, but we have learned that we cannot push the agriculture development that exceed our capacity in some aspect. Also, for the integrated water resource management, it's very important to push and to improve the way that we manage water at the local level through IWRM, and we could also...
But this might be very challenging. Sorry to interrupt you, especially when you go down to the local levels. When you face agricultural sector, when you go to the agricultural sector, sorry, you face farmers. And you know how sensitive is this to interfere with them and to get them on board with you in the whatever management policy you are setting in place. And we do have some experience now in Oman. It might be highlighted by one of the panelists later on. So how you manage to have not the decision makers, not those who are running the government, not the regulators, but the end users.
It's very important in terms of water management that the role of the local authority and the role also of the stakeholders at the local level, it's very important. We have to bring them into the table and to be part of the decision at the local level through the basin agency. We have many successful stories in Morocco, how to be more open to listen to the others, farmers, civil society, cooperative women, and etc., and bring them to be part of the decision. One of the most examples that we could be highlighted in terms of managing groundwater resources in Morocco, we have developed what we call aquifer contracts. So the rules not come from the roof, but the rules have been developed in the local level. Aquifer contract is just an agreement between all stakeholders, technical and financial agreements, how to build the way that we manage sustainably the aquifer contract. This is maybe one of the examples. Another example we have built through the water law, what we call basin council. It's just like consultative council with huge participation of the parties of the local level, and we listen to them. And we can take into account their suggestion, this proposal to improve the way that we manage water at the basin level. It's still in the beginning of its type, but we had raised very encouraging results at the first type. Maybe this
So you think the aquifer contract approach could be applied in Oman as well?
Yeah, of course. Of course, maybe you have to set up just a pilot project, but believe me,
tailor it to our
but believe me, it's the best way to manage groundwater, as Oman based mainly in the groundwater resources.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. And this takes me to Engineer Nasser Al-Battashi. Nasser, what has been mentioned here is the policy reforms and strategy and involving different stakeholders at different levels. So what do you think the key elements or the plan of the ministry in implementing is to enhance water security and sustainability in Oman? Because you are setting strategy, you have already developed the Oman strategy, I guess, for water. And it highlighted challenges, it highlighting the actions needed. So where you see the governance, policy making to contribute to sustainability of water resources in the future?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بس سمحوا لي انه اتكلم باللغه العربيه ليكون الحضور معظمهم ناطقين باللغه العربيه. حقيقه بالنسبه للوزاره ايضا معنيه باعداد الاستراتيجيات وايضا فيما يتعلق بالسياسات. فالوزاره يعني حاليا نحن انتهينا تقريبا من اعداد الاستراتيجيه الوطنيه للمياه، والتي ركزت اللي هي قاءت موائمه أو متوائمة مع رؤية عمان 2040 لتحقيق أهداف الرؤية المستدامة بالنسبة في القطاع المائي أو بالنسبة للأمن المائي. وهي تقريبا هي الهدف هو تحقيق التوازن بين العرض والطلب فيما يتعلق بالموارد المائية، من خلال أيضا تعزيز الموارد المائية من خلال السدود سواء سدود التغذية الجوفية أو سدود الحماية وسدود أيضا التخزين السطحي، بالإضافة إلى أيضا من خلال محطات الاستمطار اللي تم تشييدها، كذلك في مجالات أخرى اللي هو أيضا الابتكار إعادة استخدام المياه المالحة في التشجير والزراعة وغيرها من هذه التقنيات. أيضا الري الحديث، استخدام أنظمة ري حديثة في المزارع وتفعيلها، هذا يسهم في ذلك في الحد أو في تقليل العجز المائي. كذلك فيما يتعلق بأنظمة المراقبة، هناك أيضا مراقبة شبكة مراقبة هيدرومترية للمحافظة على المياه وإدارتها بما يخص
So Engineer Nasser, what you are trying to say, I'd just like to summarize it, that you think is now the ministry is setting the water strategy that you the different aspects of the strategy, and you set some actions to be taken in the future, and thus we strongly believe it will be leading to increasing the resilience of the water sector in Oman. This will lead me to a second point before I go to Dr. Walid Abul Hassan. You know, we have witnessed recently a lot of developments in the country, signing agreements for water, for food security, a lot of investments in water, in farming activities. And definitely this depends on our limited water resources. I'm quite sure that the ministry has done its basic work, but how you manage and assess the sustainability of water resources where those extensive farming cities allocated now, and what is your reading about this? We need food and we need water, and we need to ensure that sustainability of food is connected to the sustainability of water. So how we will balance in this? Because there is a strong move now in farming activities, and we know that agriculture, not only in Oman, agriculture sector globally, it is the main consumer, and this is not a drawback. This is a reality, and we are accepting it. But how to sustain it and how to conserve our water resources, please.
حقيقة من خلال يعني هذا ممكن من خلال الآن هو تعظيم في البداية هو تعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المجددة أو المياه المعالجة. يعني صحيح أنه هناك في يعني كما تقول زحف أو أنه زيادة في الاستثمار الزراعي. نعم. فبالتالي انه المياه ايضا بما ان هذا ايضا مرهون باستخدام، يعني اول شيء على اساس انه يعني تحقق التوازن في الموارد المائيه الموجوده، لابد ان يكون هناك في استخدام لانظمه الري الحديثه في هذه المزارع.
So ايضا this is forced.
forced.
So any investor in agriculture must adopt.
must be يعني.
Okay.
وكذلك فيما يتعلق بايضا تطبيق الزراعة المائية اللي هو أيضا فيما يتعلق بالتركيب العدادات الذكية، أيضا لها دور في الحد من كمية الاستنزاف من المياه. أيضا خلق مناطق زراعية قريبة من محطات التحلية، فهذا أيضا من ضمن التوجه اللي تتوجه
التحلية
قريب قصدي من محطات معالجة اللي هم بحيث أنه هو تقليل على الضغط على الخزانات الجوفية. أيضا هناك خطط لإنشاء سدود إضافية لتغذية الخزانات هذه الخزانات الجوفية. نعم. اللي خاصة في المناطق اللي فيها المناطق الزراعية وما يتعلق بالمناطق الساحلية.
Good. Well, I'll get back to you also another important aspect, but let me go to Dr. Walid Abul Hassan, and since we talk about agriculture and I've seen your CV and your experience is around this topic. So how can Oman integrate food security policies along with water management strategies? This is extremely important.
So actually,
from your experience,
actually, it's very, very good question. But I will go first from from classification of Oman. Okay, so in Oman, of course, we have different agroecological zones. Each zone have its own water resources and own agriculture production system, for example. So this classification is very important to be considered. So this is number one. Classification of country to different agroecological zone. And each zone, of course, have different climatic condition, different agriculture perspective, and different water resources. This is number one. As you highlighted from a few seconds ago, that the main consumer is agriculture sector. Then if we increase the efficiency of irrigation system, then we can save a huge amount of water. But still, what I can see in most of GCC countries, almost 50% of the farmers still using surface irrigation, which efficiency is around 50%. However, if we success to increase this number from 50% to be at least 70% of the farmers using modern irrigation, then we can save a big amount of water for food security. That's number two. Number three, again, from integrated management, integrated water resources management. So we have to keep as a decision maker at the ministry or private sector, matching between supply and demand. So how much water I have and how area I need to plant to meet the food security of the country. Okay, if we match between supply and demand, then we can move forward for increasing the productivity and so on. Keep in mind that selection of crops itself. I think from crops itself, there is a big variety of crops we have to move forward, but we have to keen about the net income for the local farmers. If the farmer used, I think desalinized water for agriculture, okay, then he have to plant a high value cash crops to at least to have some benefits to recover such cost. But at the end, we have to keep in mind from genetics point of view, to move forward for high yielding varieties, salt and drought varieties as well, to increase the investment in those sectors to increase the water productivity at the end.
I think the challenge why we keep in mind why up to now they know that modern irrigation system it's saving water and they increase their income, but why they didn't go by themselves to implement more implementation for modern irrigation. Therefore, capacity building for the farmers is very essential. Keep in mind that farmers usually doesn't listen to engineers. It's very, because, you know, and because you go and ask them to change their behavior, okay, from certain system to other system, and that is all income which they have. They are very worried about the income not for them, but also for their family. But if we use the approach which FAO implemented for what we call it farmer to farmer or farmer field schools, this could also improve the farmer capacity and also move for modernization as well. Okay, thank you. We'll continue the discussion, but let me move, because the water sector is not only agriculture, but also we have others. And I would like to listen from Engineer Saoud Shidani. Oman, you know, the water sector here, or NAMA, and the authority also, distributing water to different governorates, which are a bit a distance from each other. So, and talking about quantity of water is important, but also talking about quality of water is important. So how the authority ensure the water quality from production source through transmission pipes to the end users? How you manage this? Do you see it a challenge currently? Do you see it a challenge in the future? And how ready you are to tackle this issue?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Especially it is very expensive in the source or to
Yes,
produce it,
yes,
and then
of
you have to
course.
ensure the quality is maintained across the way to the end users.
Thank you, Doctor. It's of course the water quality, the top priority for the authority, because we are tackling the customers and we are discussing now the utility demand directly. So those customers and the first priority for us, the humans, we are. So the authority in 2000, the government decided to restructuring the sector in Oman in 2020. So we are as authority, we are regulators, and we have policy maker as a ministry, and we have number of operators. So from the authority perspective and the regulations, it was the first regulation, water quality standards. It was published from the authority. That's reflecting the high priority for us, how we can protect the customer. In addition to that, also we conduct a number of audits to the operators in terms of water quality, how we are tackling the water quality from the production side. We have most of the desalinations. Of course, we are more than 85%. We depend to desalination plants. The transmission line, it's very long. Consider there is number of governorates interior, which is crossing more than 300 kilometers. So it's very challenging for the company to provide safe water to that destinations. We have now on the final stage to update drinking water and bottles, drinking water, and that's updated. That's reflecting whole cycles from the production side to transmission, storage, and to the distribution. And in addition to that, also we adding safety water plans as a mandatory requirement for all the service providers. And to increase the resilience of our tech. So next week also we have monthly wise, we are receiving water samplings, and we have a lot of
quality
who's looking after the water quality.
Good, thank you very much. And there are another aspects which we'd like to also touch base on, which is presentation this morning, which is finance. You know what type of projects or actions you have to take, but the barrier or the limitation is the fund, availability of fund. Each government, each country, definitely, they don't only have the water sector, but they have other sectors. And so the share of the water here might be limited sometimes, which keep the challenge even growing or keep it there for a while. So, Al-Jabri, again, from what innovative financing mechanisms can Oman adopt to support sustainable water projects based on the Saudi experience, please?
Thank you, Dr. Ali. I think, sorry. I think financing well known to everybody, but in SWBC we start to adopt bond financing, especially in the refinancing stage. This gives access to a large global pool of liquidity available. In addition to that, it is suitable for the infrastructure project to go with the soft mini bear. Also, we encourage the big investor like pension funds, insurance, sovereign wealth funds to participate in this. This will give the bank, a local bank and regional bank, chance to get rid of the loan for the projects already in operation to another new greenfield projects.
Okay, so to what extent you see the potential in the region here, in Oman and Saudi Arabia and the nearby countries, where the private sector to really invest more in the water sector, along with the jointly with the public, with the government? I think this is what has been announced in the morning sessions and what has been always they talk about it. So this is the only way. So is it? How do you see it? How do you see this? Are we on it? Challenges? Why the private sector not on it, or the water sector is not really yet looked at as an important, like when they invest in energy and oil and gas?
When we talk about the sector in Saudi Arabia, usually we give private sector some guarantee for their projects that after they invest, they get the investment. The government buy this product from them, and it has a sovereign guarantee from the Ministry of Finance to ensure to reduce the risk on that side. So private sector is appetizer to invest in such projects. With what I said, like allowing for bond financing, also gives chance to the big investor like the pension funds to elaborate and cover.
Yeah. So my point here: do you see it happening?
Yes. Yes.
It is happening,
yes.
And it's in the future. It will be even more
yes.
the norm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. So I get back to you, Engineer Nasser. You mentioned about one of the strategies is to have dams, to build dams. And we strongly believe that dams as a water harvesting system is an important structure, hydraulic structure. However, you do also face issues of financing the projects. As well as, but the good move in Oman is the community dams. Now the community is raising fund and they contribute to building dams. So to what extent do you believe that the private sector is really supporting and helping in building dams, community dams and the government operated dams? After seeing Wadi Dhiqa Dam and what has been announced this morning between NAMA and the ministry, this is very appealing.
هو الشراكة يعني هذا بالنسبة للشراكة مع القطاع الخاص أيضا شراكة مهمة في خاصة في الاستثمار في مجالات السدود. يعني هناك في فرص واعدة مثل ما تم توقيع الاتفاقية بالنسبة لسد وادي ضيق يعتبر يعني مشروع نموذجي في سلطنة عمان، وهذا يعني دليل على أساس أنه هناك في أيضا مواقع أخرى يعني ممكن إنشاء سدود أخرى والاستفادة من هذه المياه خاصة المياه السطحية. أيضا بالنسبة للتمويل نحن دائما نسعى حتى التمويل حتى عن طريق مثلا التمويل الصناديق الأخضر حاليا مع وزارة المالية أيضا يعني يتم مناقشات أيضا وخاصة مع البنك الإسلامي للتنمية أيضا هناك في مناقشات تم بهذا الخصوص، وفي الحمد لله أنه هناك في إقبال أيضا من هذه المؤسسات لتمويل عدد من المشاريع. بالنسبة للسدود الشراكة المجتمعية حقيقة الوزارة قطعت فيها شوط كبير، وهناك في قبول مميز يعني من قبل خاصة في بعض المحافظات اللي هي المحافظات الجبلية، وهذا يعني دليل على إحساس أن المواطن لما يعني يشارك في بناء هذه السدود أنه فعلا هو يلمس يعني مدى أهمية هذه السدود، بالتالي مشاركة تكون فعالة. أيضا هناك في من خلال أيضا هذه الشراكة يتم أيضا تنسيق مع جهات مع الشركات والقطاع الخاص على أساس أيضا يساهم في هذه المبادرات، والحمد لله يعني لاقت قبول واستحسان من قبل المجتمع، وهناك في تزايد في إنشاء مثل هذه المشاريع.
This is excellent. Thank you, Engineer Nasser. I think what I need to add to this, I think at the beginning, a few tens of years back, I think it was a resistance from the society whenever the ministry allocate a place to build a dam. However, now we see the picture is just flipped, and now the society is rushing and even contributing and even fund construction of dams. And this is very, very, very nice move. Ms. Sharafat, we have seen a lot of organizations tackling water from the United Nations and other regional and international organizations trying to help in different aspects in water sector. So to what extent you see the role of international cooperation through those organizations and between even countries could address water security challenges for countries in the MENA region?
Thank you for this question. Of course,
because if you allow me, the question here is that we see a lot of actions, meetings, announcements, but to what extent you see that these kind of actions and meetings and cooperation materialize into something very solid?
Yeah. There is a lot of organization, a lot of fund, a lot of bank, a lot of private capital that start getting interested in investing in water sector, of course. But we have to analyze in different approach. The needs, they are not the same. In each country has its own needs. In some countries, they don't even aware about what fund exists that can support them in terms of finance. They don't have the capacity and the skills to access the fund. I was I was discussing with Amgad yesterday that when I was a minister, we were struggling to get access to to be aware what are the needed and what are the offered by through the international organization and international funds. So the needs, they are not the same, the expectation, they are not the same, and we have to take into account this in building tools and mechanisms for finance.
What about local regulations and policies that sometimes hinder these kind of collaboration?
Yeah, of course. We have to enable also the local environment in terms of institution, in terms of regulation, and in terms of capacity building. Of Morocco, I could highlight the model of Morocco. In the past, we were relying only law in the parliament. Also, we start talking and discussing with the local banks, the local investors. We have to prepare our local environment to get ready to attract more fund and more private sector to accompany and to build resilience in the water sector.
Good, thank you. Engineer Ibrahim. It's always said by experts in the field that treated wastewater is the only source of water that increases over time. And yet, not only in Oman and in the region, we are not really capitalizing on it. We talk about 100 millions of cubic meter treated to tertiary level, even more in Oman and in the region, Saudi Arabia, in other GCC and countries. So what is the plan and the strategy of Nama Water to capitalize on these challenges, and what is the way to address them, please?
This is a very important subject for us because it basically the strategy relies on our capability to reuse the renewed water, basically, not just to offset the demand, but also to support the water resources like aquifers and dams, basically. So within
what are the main challenges, if you allow me?
The main challenges,
just very
I
like
think
points.
The main challenges is at the moment is the need for a lot of infrastructure. Okay. First of all, because the infrastructure is still not to the level that we have. So we have a lot of needs.
You mean the distribution back, the treated water?
The distribution, yes. We have to balance what we invest. We prioritize definitely potable water networks and the strategic projects to get fresh water to all citizens and all customers. We also have to spend billions of riyals over the next 25 years. We have the 2050 master plan for us, which identified all the infrastructure that needs to be built. We have a very aggressive CapEx program that also includes, the treated water, the renewed water networks. We're trying to expand it to the centers. We're talking to the ministry to create hubs near as Engineer Nasser said, we're trying to minimize the investment by creating these agricultural hubs and strategically locating them near the wastewater plants. there is one fundamental, I think, issue that we're still facing, which is the perception and the acceptance of the community. I think once they know that this is renewed water, sometimes it becomes a bit difficult to use it for agriculture, especially with the local farming. But we're tackling that, and
but the perception. Sorry to interrupt you, but the perception is due to pricing or due to quality and self-aversion of.
I think it's a combination of a few things. Pricing is not an issue just yet. Our prices, I mean, we offer it basically at zero cost wherever possible. We just have a tariff to cater for the distribution cost, basically. But the farmers don't incur any cost for the treatment.
Okay.
But there is a social aspect to it, I think. The perception that this is wastewater and we should not use crops. It's good for landscaping, but not for food projects. However, we have now we have basically made good steps. Now, as announced by our CEO, we have certain projects that are very promising. We have the Shakhakhet project in Al-Batna. We have the agricultural investment hub in Al-Amarat, and also we have our partnership with Nitaj for the million date palms project. These are very successful, I think.
So it is there. It is coming in.
Yes, we're trying as much as possible.
I'm expecting the society will be more accepting this after they see these big projects by the government and the big investment using treated wastewater.
I think that one of the good things is that all the governments, so from the ministry, the policymaker, we have our regulator also supporting us and us as a utility to have this within the national strategy for water. So it's already embedded there. So all the efforts are basically directed focused along the same path.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Before I go to the audience, I will have one question for Marco. How you think Oman can collaborate with global organizations like the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage to enhance irrigation policies and practice? We know what is wrong in the irrigation in Oman and the region. We know that the major farming is now run by local farmers. They would like to do it the way that they used to do. Introducing this modern irrigation or smart irrigation, if you like to call it, we know the technology is available, but financing and the willingness to invest by those local farmers is there. We know all of this. What other than those, you think, through international collaboration with those agencies, like what the one I mentioned, can help to improve the efficiency of irrigation in Oman? Because very simple mathematical equation. We are having like 900 Engineer Nasser million cubic meter of water used for irrigation or by farming activities, which is almost like 70 to 80%. I'm not exactly know the figure, but around 70%, let's be conservative. If we manage to have it 50% only efficiency, that means we're saving 50% of what we used to use in agriculture. That means we're saving around 350 to 400 million cubic meter, which is the deficit in our water balance. So it's very important to really direct our governance, regulations, and to improve the efficiency of irrigation in Oman. How to do that from your international experience in 2 minutes?
Yes, thank you for this very interesting and very actual question. Well, I believe that seeing, watching is learning. So our main goal, I can talk on behalf, of course, of ICID, is knowledge sharing, first of all. And we have a huge network of international experts coming from the academics, from research institutions, from companies, from private sector, which gather into our meetings, our international congresses. We are holding every year an international congress, plus workshops, seminars for getting in deep into these aspects. The second aspect, the second pillar of our activity, it has been said, is capacity building. and training programs, especially for the younger people, for the younger officers. I think this is crucial. This is essential in order to get acquainted, to get developed on certain aspects. And of course, there is cooperation, there is networking. I believe that networking is one of the most important aspects for every country, for every aspect that you need to take into account. I have close to me here my friend Walid Hassan. ICID is closely collaborating with FAO, with IFAD, United Nations, and there is a lot to learn. Learning is never enough. I think this is what is important. This is why I believe that being part and being inside a network of international cooperation with other international organizations can be crucial for developing and bringing ahead the progress, even for the water, not only for the irrigation sector, but for the water management resources as a whole.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. I have just a follow-up question on this. Do you think free access to groundwater might be the reason for not properly adapting efficient irrigation? If I'm a farmer and no one is asking me how much I'm pumping out of my aquifer, why bother?
Well, this is a worldwide issue.
Okay.
Even in Italy, I come from Italy, and this is a major issue also in Italy.
And there is no tariff for groundwater?
Well, there is control, but I know that Oman is with various regulation acts.
Yes, we do
have been.
Yes.
You are controlling.
Yes.
And you are
Restrictions
putting a cap.
drilling
You're
wells.
putting a cap on new groundwater extraction authorization for wells and so on. So the main issue, I believe, is giving value to water. So this is the main issue. What we are trying to do for many, many years, even in the Western world, let's put it like this, tariffs or pricing water has been something that has not been regarded as crucial. I believe today is very important. I think, according to my experience, to our experience, in those countries, in those areas where you have price for water, for amount of volume to distribute, to give to the farmers, then they get used to that. They understand very quickly what is the importance of giving a price to water, because that is also a very good incentive for them to save water. And if they acknowledge that they are saving water, they can have more water maybe when they need it in the future. So I believe this is a very crucial aspect for water resources management, not only for irrigation.
Okay, so let me take a few questions from the audience, but please straight to the point. I will start with Dr. Abdelaziz.
شكرا دكتور، وشكرا المتحدثين السابقين وايضا المنظمين لهذا الحدث الكبير. هو ما سؤال بقدر ما هو على سؤالك الاول، يعني بعض الاضافات اللي حبيت اضيفها هو فيما يخص ما هو نحن محتاجينه، خاصه للمرحله المستقبليه، خاصه في الظروف الحاليه اللي يكاد يكون يقال انه العالم اصبح وكانه في صحن من الحوادث الكبيرة اللي حوالينا في كل المناطق، وأصبح لابد من التفكير بشكل جدي بالأمن المائي وكيف الحفاظ على مياه الشرب الآمنة لكل موقع. وأعتقد أنه واحدة من الخطط اللي في مؤتمرات سابقة، وأظن آخر مؤتمر كان المؤتمر الخليجي المياه اللي عقد في عمان، كان من ضمن توصياته إنشاء عدد من محطات التحلية على مياه المحيط لضمان وصول مياه في حالة لا سمح الله أنه صار أي تلوث في المياه الخليج. وهذا الآن يمكن الفترة الأخيرة سمعنا كثير من التهديدات وكثير من التخويف بالنووي الإيراني وضربه وما شابه ذلك. واعتقد انه نحن يعني يفترض انه ناخذ بجديه هذا الهاجس وننشئ لنا محطه او محطتين بشكل يعني محطات كبيره. كان اذكر انه في المؤتمر كانت توصيه اللي تكون محطات خليجيه وتربط بالشبكه الخليجيه في حال لا سمح الله اي دوله خليجيه تواجه مثل هذا الازمات يمكن تعزيزها من مواقع اخرى سواء من البحر الاحمر او من المحيط الهندي، وبالتالي اعتقد انه هذا الان اصبح من الضروريات المهمه في المرحله المستقبليه. النقطة الثانية أعتقد أنه أيضا الزملاء فينا من المهم جدا الآن ربط كل شبكاتنا بشبكة واحدة، يعني نضمن أنه وطنية تكون وطنية وربطها بالخليج. طبعا الخليجي مربوط، لكن الوطني بحاجة أنه نربط في حالة التعزيز أو نقص في مكان معين نعززه من مكان آخر. أيضا الجانب الأمن المائي الآخر أعتقد أنه في الصحراء في المناطق بين النجد وبين يمكن الوسطى ننشأ حقل احتياطي ونجهزه لأي ظرف طارئ. قد يكون نسبح في يوم من الأيام لا سمح الله مياه البحر تصبح غير آمنة للاستخدام لأي ظرف ما، فأفضل يكون عندنا أيضا موقع آخر في منطقة يعني مياه جوفية بعيدة عن الملوثات، اللي هو نتوقع أنها تكون تبعد عن الملوثات، حيث أقل حاجة تأمين مياه الشرب.
واضح.
شكرا.
Shukran. And just to add to what he's mentioning, maybe in English, is the managed aquifer recharge. What you are mentioning is to create an aquifer as a reserve, and maybe to enhance the recharge artificially using maybe excess desalinated water. And I think NAMA is already in that direction. Dr. Khaldoun, very briefly, please, to give a chance for others.
شكرا. بداية أنا بدي أشكر المنظمين على استضافتي، وهي مش أول مرة. إحنا قبل 10 سنين عملنا مؤتمر هون، إذا بتذكر، في شانجريلا
2004، مؤتمر خليج المياه.
أي نعم. يعني بدي أحكي عن تجربتنا الأردنية باختصار. كوننا أفقر دولة عربية، إحنا معدل المتاح للفرد لكل الاستخدامات 60 متر مكعب في العام، ولكن ليس لدينا أزمة. ليش؟ بداية اعتمدنا موضوع إدارة الطلب على المياه، وإحنا بالجمعية طورنا أدلة طبعا ممولة كانت من مشروع USAID في مجال استخدامات الحضرية أو المنزلية في الصناعة وفي الزراعة، وسوينا مؤسسة لها. يعني كيف مؤسسة؟ بعد ما أطلعنا الدليل حطينا شو التقنيات اللي ممكن تنعمل، وحطينا كمان طلع فيها مرسوم من قبل، احنا عندنا زي نماء سلطة المياه الأردنية وسلطة وادي الأردن اللي معنية بالري، أرسلت إلى مجلس الوزراء، طلع فيها رسالة وخرجت. بس الأهم حتى ما نزيد على المواطن عبء هذه التكلفة، سوينا بيئة محفزة. يعني نزلنا مثلا، طلبنا تنزيل ضريبة المبيعات، ضريبة الجمارك. الأهم من ذلك كان الهدف إنه نوفر 70 مليون متر مكعب في العام. طبعا هي بداية للتجربة، ولكن بدون ذلك ما في مؤسسة. التمويل دقيقة بس، أنا إذا سمح لي، بلد الآن بصراحة الفلوس مش موجودة في العالم. يعني الاقتراض وصل معظم دولنا 110-120%، أكثر من الناتج القومي الإجمالي. الفلوس هلا توجهت لمكان آخر، حروب غير حروب إلى آخره. فيجب أن نذهب إلى شيء اللي اسمه الكوفاندينج، التمويل المشترك من القطاع الخاص، من الصناديق الائتمانية، زي عندنا صندوق الضمان الاجتماعي. دبي اللي هي فيها وفرة مالية طرحت ديوة للاكتتاب العام، وطلعت لمت مبالغ كبيرة لتجديد كل شبكاته. القطاع الخاص جيد، ولكن إن لما التمويل، يعني هلا احنا مسوي النقل الوطني بالأردن اللي سمعوا عنه، سعر المتر المكعب راح يوصل $3. الحكومة عاجزة عن إنها تشتري، والمواطن على أساس مش. فمين بده يتحمل التكلفة؟ لذلك الذهاب إلى الكوفاندينج، التمويل المشترك، على الأقل لحماية المواطن العادي. شكرا.
واضح. شكرا.
بالإضافة لا نحمل المواطن فشل اليوتيليتيز الفاقد في بعض الدول العربية بوصل 60%. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور خلدون. Last question from Sausan.
My question is for the engineer Saud Al-Batash. When you mentioned there is a plan to build a lot of dams, did you manage it also to discuss it from the energy viewpoint that it is also the dam can generate energy? So did you discuss it with the Ministry of Energy and Minerals, or it's just for the water perspective? This is my question.
بالنسبة لفكرة توليد الطاقة الكهربائية من السدود حقيقة كانت موجودة ودرسناها سابقا، ولكن الآن بدينا في اللي هو تدوير، نحن نسميه تخزين الطاقة الآن في مشروع خاص في سد وادي ضيق، أيضا في دراسة الآن، دراسة جدوى تعمل من قبل أحد المستثمرين، وإن شاء الله ننتظر يعني نتائجها تكون إن شاء الله نتائج جيدة، بالإضافة إلى في سدود أخرى الآن أيضا قيد الدراسة مع هيئة تنظيم الخدمات العامة، وإن شاء الله هذه بتر النور إن شاء الله قريبا.
Shukran, Engineer Nasr. And if I may add, the types of dams we have in Oman is to generate power is not, maybe from my personal opinion, and I might be wrong in this, but the water is held for a couple of weeks to minimize evaporation loss, and also to avoid deterioration of the water quality while you are holding it in the dam. So to establish a hydropower generation system, you need to have sustainability of water maybe in the dams. If I'm not an engineer from
هو الفكرة غير يعني دكتور، الفكرة غير، هو تدوير الطاقة، تدوير المياه. يعني مثل الآن سد وادي ضيقة ممكن تنشئ السد في العلاء، هذا السد راح يحجز كمية تأخذ من المياه وبالتالي تعمل تدوير، وهذا التخزين لوقت
So this is for surface storage dams. Okay, good. Maybe I'll go back to Engineer Saud for final question from my side to the panel, and maybe you tackle it, and Engineer Ibrahim. You know, the non-revenue water is always an issue in all countries, but some countries is even more significant. And it has been mentioned, some countries 60%, as I heard from Dr. Khaldoon, and in Oman, I don't know exactly the figure, but it was 40, then 30%, then sometimes go down to 20. But this is dynamic as infrastructure aging, and if you don't really invest on it, the non-revenue water by the comprehensive meaning of non-revenue water. So what is the strategic plan for the authority and for Nama Water? Maybe you start, and then Engineer Ibrahim to add. To reduce and minimize the non-revenue water, because if I am talking about 30%, I talk about almost 100 million cubic meter, which cost me a lot. So if I capitalize in reducing this, I don't need to expand very quickly in supplying water to tackle the increasing demand. Please.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, it is a very high subject in RW, I think, for all the countries. Now, in RW, there is to differentiate between the technical and commercial losses. The authorities working with other stakeholders and special Oman Vision 2040. So we have ambition target to reach 10% by 2036. Currently, it's vary between one operator to another operators. So we have price control, which is control how much we manage the incentives base to all the operators, and there is target to reduce the NRW. We have seen reduction during the last 3 years, and we expected there is a lot of effort also from the operators. We have two main operators, one on OWWSC, Oman Water and Wastewater Company, and we have also another operator in Dhofar, it is Dhofar Integrated Service Company. And we have seen a lot of effort, and it was the first direction to change the meters, the customer meters to smart meter, and we have seen there is good reduction. But from the regulator perspective, we have targets, and there is a lot of effort even within the authority, and its cooperation between the authority and the operators. And we are in the driver, and I think we are on stage. Last year we meet the target. This year also we expected the target will be met also.
Excellent. Thank you. Maybe to add, Engineer Ibrahim.
Yeah, I'll just add that what we faced when the water sector was restructured in 2020, and then the creation of NWS, was the accuracy of the data and the methodologies that were. So when you're saying that there were swings in the non-revenue water where it jumps from 40 to 20, then to 30. It's because of data issues, and we've solved that. I think that this is one thing, is that we have a structure plan now. First of all, to understand what is the accurate level of non-revenue water, what is the breakdown between the technical and the commercial. We have very strict targets set by our regulators in cooperation with us, but using methodological kind of approaches by experts to ensure that we are focused. We have very clear incentives to reduce the NRW. We've been able to reduce NRW almost 9% in the past. Past 4 years.
Is there a plan to have the AI and machine learning? And
we're using all that.
Digital twin.
Yes. So we have our Oman Vision targets. We have our regulator who monitors the targets for the reduction on an annual basis. We give them periodical reports. We already secured the funding mechanism for all infrastructure replacement that are related to NRW. We employ now a lot of new technologies, satellite imaging, drones, AI softwares to try to locate the leakages, and we also have the AMR project for the commercial side. So there are a lot of efforts, and our internal targets are even stricter than the national targets. So we have a very aggressive kind of target, because we rely on very expensive water, desalinated water, and it has a very high value. So there is the business case to spend money. However, what we cannot do is fix it in 1 year. So this is why we've agreed with our regulator that there is a glide path, and we're meeting those targets at the moment.
Excellent. I have to wrap it up in 2 minutes, but I think there is one important point I didn't tackle here, and I'd like Sharafat to highlight in 30 seconds your opinion on this, and also maybe Engineer Saud. You know, Oman and some countries, they hit by several extreme weather events like cyclones. And it brought too much water, but we benefit too little from it. In fact, it destroys our infrastructure, and one of them is the water, maybe, infrastructure. So I would like to hear from Saud later on to what extent we have been affected in the water sector infrastructure, the network supply, the desalination stations, and all of those things, and the panic it creates, and the pressure on Nama Water to supply water, on the authority and Nama to supply water during those emergency times. But before that, from your international experience, how countries, they really improve their resilience of the infrastructure to such extreme events, including not only cyclones, but maybe in other places like earthquakes?
Yeah, this is one maybe of the issue that should be tackled in the future. We could not rely only in one resources. We have to diversify our resources. Not only dams, sometimes with the flooding, the quality of water could not be treated and deliver the water for consumption. We have to build the alternatives in time of crisis. In time of crisis, such we can develop.
Sorry, on time of the crisis or pre to the crisis? Because we always act aftermath, which is very challenging.
We have to build the plan before crisis, and during the crisis we have to switch to other systems, not only surface water or groundwater.
Have you seen such a system adopted in any country, up to your knowledge?
Yeah, maybe in Morocco we have a flexible system in the south part, but still struggling in
shifting
between systems, and we are not well prepared to face this crisis. So we have maybe one of the pillar of the resilience water sector to tackle this issue in time of crisis. What solution should be put to shift the system and to deliver water in an alternative way?
Yeah, thank you. Engineer Saud, your say on this.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, of course. I think the authority also leading the utility services during the crisis. And from that angle, I'm just going to specific on the water. In adding new resources, like now what we have, Wadi Diqa, polishing units, that's adding. During the emergency, we have example, if there's any situation on the sea, definitely we are going to struggle. So increasing the capacity, number of days, more storage tanks, that will increase the resilience of the sectors. And the operators, we are working with the operators very closely to invest, to increase the capacity of the storage. So we are going to have more storage tanks. Also, the operator, with the cooperation with the ministry, conduct the safe yield assessment for the groundwater to make sure how we can utilize those resources during the emergency.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
One small addition, for example, we could highlight that the interconnection among dams and among basins. For example, with the basin, each basin, it's almost empty in terms of storage. We can ask other basin or other dam to deliver water. Okay. This is the big project that we have developed recently in Morocco. When the main strategic basin was almost deficit, we asked the other basin to deliver water.
Complement more water. Yeah. Okay, okay. Excellent. Myself, I learned a lot over the last 1 hour, and I think 1 hour is not enough to have this interesting discussion with a group of experts like you. I wish we could have a full afternoon session to highlight and dig deeper into these kind of challenges that we are facing. And before closing and before thanking the panelists, I think in summary, again, we are highlighting the challenges of financing for water project sustainability. As we said, in most cases, we know the challenges, we know the way forward, but we are having a financial challenges. Sometimes we do have also governance, as you have said. Sometimes the regulations within the country limits international collaboration, or also limit or hinder to some extent investment, even between the private and the public sector. So we talk about policies and strategies, very dynamic and emerging in different patterns and with different complexity as we go. The non-revenue water is a common challenge in all countries, and even it's more pressing in our country because of as Engineer Ibrahim said, of the high value of the produced water we are having. So a lot of work is in that regard. I know even different GCC countries and MENA region, they work in that. We talked about importance of efficiently using of water. We tackled more irrigation water. We didn't tackle the potable water use, which also is an issue, in fact, in countries like Oman, where per capita we are using more water than we're supposed to do, and even more water than the same person or another person in countries where his or her share is much higher. From the renewable water resources, I guess 170 cubic meter, what we are having in the GCC countries. The water poverty line, as all of you know, is 1,000 cubic meter per capita. And in some countries, the share is 10,000, but in our case is 170. And with the desalination, with the great efforts with the water utilities, in Oman, we are 300 something. And the target by 2040 is to go to 600 something. Well, this is not easy, but this is the plan. And we talked about also importance of collaboration and the participatory approach between the decision makers, regulators, operators, and the end users is very important. And maybe this is not an exclusive list, but I'm just trying to get my memory on. And As I'm getting older, it's also getting smaller. So water supply strategies and policies during crisis. This could be during red and tides, during earthquakes, during wars, during failure of desalination stations, need of maintenance of desalination stations, etc., etc. And the good thing that the GCC country, at least now, which to the best of my knowledge, they are heading to the ASR system, aquifer storage and recovery, and it meant to store water during low demand and getting it back during high demand, and that will be also ready to be stressed, the aquifer during emergency. I doubt that it will be any damage to the aquifer if you stress it in 10 days or 20 days during the crisis. And with that, I'd like the audience to join me in thanking all the panelists without going through the names again. It was very rich session. I learned a lot. A lot of things has been highlighted, and I'm honored to moderate this session. So thank you very much for this. Thank you. And thanks to you, the audience, as well. Thank you. And I think I've been told that they need to take a group photo for the panelists. And there's a small announcement by the organizers, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for moderating this session. Thank you, everyone, for participating. Before we conclude, we just have a small momentum of appreciation for our panelists. I would appreciate if Dr. Ali can deliver it. We have our first momentum. Yes. Okay. Our first momentum will be to Engineer Nasser Battashi. Our second will be for Ms. Sharafat Afila. The next one is to Engineer Ibrahim Al-Harthi. Our next moment will be for Dr. Walid Abul Hassan. Dr. Marco Ashiri. Dr. Arafat Al-Jabri. And Engineer Saoud Al-Shidani. Now, if you don't mind, we would like to have a group photo for all the moderators, for all the panelists. Hey, on the front, please. Yes, please. In the front. If you can come to the front, please. Thank you so much, everyone. Before we conclude, I would like to ask Engineer Ibrahim Al-Harthi to stay on the stage. We would like as well to award two of our sponsors who missed our awarding ceremony in the morning. I would like now to invite the representative of Hassan Allam, Mohandes Mohammed Mahmoud Al-Asawi, to the stage. Shwans Ibrahim. Okay, تمام. Thank you so much. I would like as well to invite the representatives of Suez, Mr. Gabriel. Thank you so much, Engineer Ibrahim. Thank you so much, everyone. By this, we will conclude our session. It is, as of now, we'll proceed for lunch. Lunch will be there for starting from now till 2:15. After that, we look forward to having you back in the room to continue our program. Thanks again. I look forward to having you back. Thank you.
सबको एक बार देख ले फर्स्ट सब पूरे स्टेज को देखता रहा नाम पीछे है क्या कर रहता हूँ तो ऐसा लीन करना सिग्नेचर होना तेरा पूरे जने रीड कर लिए अब तेरा इंट्रोडक्शन होता यू हैव टू एक्सप्रेस योर इंट्रोडक्शन 1 मिनट तेरा इंट्रोडक्शन फिर ये लगा मे भी देंगे बस स्लाइड
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Greetings to one and all present here. I'm Muhammad Umar, the smart chap.
like this.
ايه صح.
والمفروض احنا ما كان
ده
في
شغال؟
الاسبوع على حسب تقييم البرنامج.
اوكي.
يعني المفروض ان احنا
ايه شفت انا كان المفروض بعد الجلسة.
المشكله اللي صارت الصباح
تأخير والكذا المرة دي شوي في
بدري يخلوا لحد الساعه 4.
في تأخير في لخبطة استوت. الحمد لله. وامشي مع صوت ايوه R&D and Innovation Senior Manager R&D and Innovation هم الاسم لكن انا السيشنز مالي مختلفه في برزنتيشنز ده اللي يطلع يعرض زين اذا انا مشاهدات بعد ماشي بس امور طيبه والعدد هذا الكراسي كثيره عاد يا احسن تشيلوها كم شخص؟ ستة انا اجلس ولا اوقف؟ اجلس للصوب انزين؟ لكن ترى مو برزنتيشن لا يجلس هنا بعدين بعد البرزنتيشن لا لما نخلص الواحد احسن يجلس هنا لا ولا ما اعرف
هنا مشكله هم انتم تاخذوا راحتكم يعني لان الفتره طويله مثلا
احسن تجلس اوكي خلاص امور زين كلهم حتى
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We are just waiting for the others to join us. You know, after lunch, it's not easy to come back. Yani. Just 5 minutes and we will start, inshallah. Delicious, huh? Allah al-musta'an. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. My name is Mohammed Al-Rawahi. I'm Research, Development and Innovation Senior Manager at Oman Investment Authority. And I will be the moderator for this session. The session will be titled by Enhancing Oman's Water Capabilities, Strategic for Growth and Innovation. In this session, we will have a series of a presentation, and then we will have the discussion panel at the end of the session. So for the sake of the time, we will start with the first presentation. It will be about strengthening national skills in the water sector, and it will be delivered by Engineer Sultan Al-Shimmari. He's a Senior Operation and Maintenance Trainer, Saudi Water Authority. Engineer Sultan holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from University of Dayton, USA. He has over 6 years of experience at Saudi Water Authority in Ras Al Khair desalination plant, in Al Jubail Center workshop, also in the Water Academy and the Al Hadid Sabiq. Throughout his career at SWA, he has held various roles. Currently, he serves as the Senior Operation and Maintenance Trainer. His work focuses on training on mechanical field, such as pumps, compressor, valves, and turbines. Sultan, Engineer Sultan, floor is yours. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، ورمضان كريم أو عيد مبارك كريم. باقي احنا متعودين على رمضان، لكن عيد مبارك كريم. May Allah accept our good deeds. I'm so honored and thrilled to speak before you about the effective contribution of the Water Academy toward strengthening the national skills of the water sector. In order to understand that, first we have to understand how big the water sector is in Saudi Arabia. So in water sector, there is many subsectors underneath the water sector umbrella, and starting from the first one, which is the production where it's there is a private sector and there is government sectors that are responsible to produce or to product water from the sea or from the underground water by purifying this water, the raining water or the underground water. And then there will be another subsector that are responsible to transmit this product water, the millions and millions of cubic meter per day, everywhere in Saudi Arabia, and have it in a strategical tanks, if in some location in Saudi Arabia, to make sure that this water will be ready for the third subsector to do their jobs, where their jobs is to distribute this water to the end users, to the local, to the tourism during normal days, during important seasons such as Hajj season, such as Ramadan season, Mecca, Medina, everywhere in Saudi Arabia. Also during the tourism season in Riyadh, in Jeddah, in East Coast also. And this done by the National Water Company. They are responsible to distribute these millions of cubic meters to the end users, as I mentioned before. And then the same company are responsible to collect the wastewater for ultimate use and do some treatment to that, to take this wastewater and to do some treatment to it and then make it ready for the last subsector, where it is meant by the Saudi Irrigation Organization, where they will take this treated water and use it in irrigation and farms as well. So you can see this is a huge and well-organized supply chain that have been done or that is happening underneath the water sector in Saudi Arabia. So as a water sector, we are responsible, or we are serving all of these subsector in terms of academic developing their academy competency of our people. To do so, we have our vision, mission, and values, where our mission is to bring the leading global source to the water industry professionals. And our mission is to bring the water security to the world by providing or developing professional water specialists and enabling to them to design, implement, and to operate a quality water supply solution that are sustainable and cost-effective, where our values is integrity, transparency, professionalism, commitment and seriousness, innovation, development, and sustainability. Last but not least, health and safety environment. And to implement all of these, we have our strategic direction, such as leading the knowledge in the water sector, also elevating the academic standard through the achievement of the international accreditation. Also, there is a forging strategic international partnership, locally or internationally. Adding to that, one of our strategic direction is to support the water sector leaders locally and globally. The last strategic direction is launching specialized environmental program. So, using our values, mission, and vision, and during since the first day of the Water Academy as a central training center in 1982, we have more than 40 years of experience in the training field. And we have done more than and contribute to the strength of national skills in the water sector by doing more than 7,000 programs. And alhamdulillah, more than 100,000 trainees who attend our training program that we have done through the many years ago. So our aims is not just having programs or academic programs, rather than coming closer to the end users and understand their needs and provide solution to them. And one of our solutions is having different training model and competency mapping, such as having a senior CEO programs, and it is incorporated with well-known schools such as London, Harvard Business School. Also having international programs where it's meant for the leadership, and it is incorporated with high-ranking schools such as London Business School, CMI Institute, and so on. Also, we contribute by having general and administration programs where it's meant for HR, finance, IT, to build their competency and to build their competency mapping with the technical committee and with BWC. Also having different type of engineering programs, technical programs, and this duration of it will be held between 3 to up to 6 months to make sure that they cover the whole needs of the supply chain. And also we have different new programs, which is like the ones that for a freelance profession. And we have also, we provide professional and individual certification as well as contract workforce qualification programs. And alhamdulillah, until now we have more than, or we have 10 different diploma with different specialties covering the whole water sector. In any, all these 7,000 programs that I mentioned before, and the up-and-new coming programs, it should be under one of these 3 categories of the academic program that we provide and we contribute toward strengthening the national skills. The first one is the training program. And the audience for that, or the intake focus for that, will be the sponsor or the high school individual student. And the duration of this type of academic program will be 1 year, at least up to 2 years at most, plus the OJT, on-job training. And anyone who will graduate from this type of program will have a diploma degree from the Water Academy. The second category of the training program or academic program will be the professional training program. And the audience or the targeted audience for this type of program will be the existing work skills that was attending or wanting to add more specialized certification to their background. And the duration of it will be more than 1 month. The last or the third category of the academic program will be the short courses. And as from its name, it's a short courses. The duration of it will be less than 1 month and 1 day at least. And the targeted audience for that is everyone who is working in the water sector. Technician, management, engineers, ITs, anyone who's working in the water sector will be aimed for that or will be targeted for this type of program. Also, as what I mentioned before, we provide or we contribute by having international certification program. It is for 3 fields. The first one, which is the water desalination, such as operation, control, monitoring, and maintenance of the RO system. Also the pre-treatment, cleaning, and troubleshooting of the RO system, as well as other points. We are focusing on this type of field or international certification program. Also, it's meant for the water and environmental, such as the waste management and the circular economy, also the water resource management, as well as the rest of the points. Also, it's meant for the leaderships, where such as the operational excellency, leadership in digital age, and also the rest of the points that is mentioned earlier. So all these type of certification programs are offered in a well-known universities, such as the University of Oxford, CMI Institute, and other institutes as well. Also, we contribute to strengthening the national skills by providing the professional certification program. And these are some of the certification program for professionals that we provide, such as the reverse osmosis specialist engineer certificate, as well as the certificate water transmission operation specialist, and the rest of the points that mentioned there, just to save the time, we will go faster and faster. So also one of the programs that we provide towards the water sector is the qualification program for engineer, which is such as the qualification program for the electrical engineer, the qualification program for the operation engineer, for the instrument control engineer, for renewable energy engineers, and as well as the other qualification program for other fields in engineers as well. Also, we provide a technical or qualification program for technicians, such as the environmental inspector, qualification for the instrument specialist, qualification program for mechanical specialist, and as well as the other technical field or areas. I believe one of the nightmare on the issues that we have in any plants during any activities such as shutdowns, scheduled shutdown or emergency shutdown is having an issue or doubts about the contracts that we are hiring to do our jobs or to do certain jobs. Do they have the right competency? Do they have the right skills and knowledge to do the job in the right way, in the best way, and the right giving time? I believe this is one of the issues that we always ask ourselves about that issues or about that point. So in Water Academy, we contribute toward that by having this type of program, the contract workforce qualification program, and giving an examination to these workers before they do their job to make sure that they have the competency, the right competency to do the job. If they don't, then we will provide a qualification program to make sure that they gain the right knowledge, they gain the right competency and skills to do the job in the right and in the best way. These are one of the examples or one of the programs that provide for the Takamul programs. We did that one, and also we did the CWQP, which is the Contract Workforce Qualification Assurance Program, and also we did the CES, or the SEC, sorry, the program, which is the Saudi Electrical Company. We do some qualification program for their contractor. This is one of the new programs that we provide, which is the freelance profession, and the Water Academy is targeting the freelance profession, aiming to empower the Saudi youth by providing specialized training in water-related field, enabling them to pursue the freelance career in areas like water editor and inspector officers. It's focusing on 3 points. I'll just say it in hurry. The first one is skills building, where we are targeting to build their skills either by attending classes, actual classes, or by online classes, so they have the options to do so, or by matching their skills or matching their jobs, where we are trying to connect these trained Saudi youth to the field, the marketing field, and contribute to the water sector benefits. And the flexibility is the last focusing point for this type of freelance profession, or this type of programs, where the freelance offers the Saudi youth independency while contributing to the sustainability with the water conservation effort, or the conservation efforts, which aligned with the Saudi Vision 2030. Any trainee that will attend our programs should go through this process. The first one, which is having a comprehensive exam. Then there is individual development plan will be assigned based on the comprehensive exam, and then there will be a learning solution assigned to this based on the individual development plan, and there will be continuous evaluation either by the test that he is having or by his manager, and then if he passes the targeted percent, then the worker will have certification from the Water Academy telling that he is ready for the next promotion or for the upcoming promotion. This is how the competency mapping looks like. There is certain jobs, certain competency, certain courses linked to make sure that the worker will have the right knowledge to gain the mastery level of the competency. In any worker or candidate who would like to be certified by the Water Academy, these are one of the examples where any candidate who would like to be certified by the Water Academy, he or she, the candidate, will have to go through these suggested or these courses and pass each one of them to be certified in that field, such as the reverse osmosis local operator or the reverse osmosis specialist engineer, as well as the other certification. Alhamdulillah, this is our accreditation. I would like to go through each one of them, but since we don't have a time, so this is some of our accreditation that we have during the past year and many years ago. And this is our partnerships, such as NAMA, University of Oxford, London Business School, and so on. These are our Omanis partnerships that we have, and we're greatly so happy to have them one of our partners, such as NAMA, وزارة الدفاع, the defense of the Ministry of Defense, and هيئة تنظيم الخدمات العامة. We have done more than 21 programs for them, and there is more than 330 trainers who is attending this program. And alhamdulillah, there is upcoming competency mapping is ongoing to be linked with some Linux solution that we provide. This is our facility. I'll go very fast with it. We have alhamdulillah more than 60 experienced trainers with technical and administration specialists. We have 32 smart training halls with intelligent screens and with the paperless training approach. Also, we have more than 20 workshops and lab that are equipped with the latest technology. And also we have specialized virtual reality system that are built in actual plants in Saudi Arabia to let the trainers do their training on maintenance and operation using that system. We have a big capacity of auditorium that its capacity is more than 700 seats for such as huge events. And for to making sure that the best quality or the best training experience, we have 240 rooms are provided with hospitality for the trainee who is attending our programs. And at the end, I'm so happy to say that the Water Academy is a leader in water sector training, and these are the QRs for the programs that we provide, and this is the Water Academy website. Thank you very much for your listening, and I hope that you enjoy your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Sultan, for the comprehensive presentation covering the whole. We can see the crucial role for the academy for the whole water sector in Saudi Arabia, and not only in Saudi Arabia and the GCC, and how it prepared the talents with the needed skills for the future, for the whole value chain, from the production, transmission, till the water treatment, and also the reuse for the water. We move for the second presentation, and it will be in the same aspect. It will be about building talents in NAMA Water Services. It will be delivered by Hamad Al-Ghaithi, Acting General Manager, People Operations at NAMA Water Services. Hamad is a seasoned professional with over 19 years of experience in water and wastewater services, higher education, and healthcare. He is Acting General Manager of People Operations at NAMA Water Services. He leads strategic HR initiatives, optimizing workforce performance, and drives cultural transmission. Hamad, floor is yours as well.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here today with you at Oman Water Week 2025. So today I will take you through a different but equally strategic sides of the water sector. It's not about systems or pipelines, it's about people. Because at NAMA Water Services, we believe that building talents is how we build the future, how we empower, or how we power innovation, maintain sustainability, and ensure delivering Oman Vision 2040. So the goal of my session is to highlight how NAMA Water Services is shaping the future of Oman water sector, not through infrastructure and operation, but by investing in people, by empowering talent, driving innovation, and building a resilient, purpose-driven workforce. Before we start, I just give you a brief about NAMA Water Services. where Oman Water and Wastewater Services Company was established by the Royal Decree 131 in the year 2020 to manage and operate water and wastewater services across Oman, except the Dhofar Governorate. And since its establishment, Nama Water Services was committed to ensure reliable access of water and wastewater services while supporting innovation, sustainability, and service excellence. And of course, also supporting the Oman Vision 2040 for supporting a secure and sustainable water future. Just to give you a snapshot about our workforce, so in Nama Water Services, we are about 2,010 employees with an Omanization rate of a 99.63. This reflects our commitment to building our national capabilities. With those employees, we have around 77% are male employees compared to 23% female employees, which we are working to increase diversity, especially in the technical and leadership roles. In the past year, 2024, we delivered more than 500 programs with participation of around 6,540 person. That means if we take the average, that each person or each employee have the opportunity to be trained at least, or to have, to attend a training course, a 3 training course last year. This is again reinforcing that we give the opportunity for people to grow and to develop in their career. The question is that why talents matter at Nama Water Services? And the answer is very simple, because our people are our power. In our daily works, from a simple work like collecting a sample to running a very complex infrastructure like an STB, we rely on the expertise. We rely on the commitment and innovation of our employees. So talent is not a support function, it's a strategic driver. When we build a talent, we are not just enhancing an internal process, we are enabling better services. We are making stronger performance and a long-term growth. In order to understand why strategic talent development is critical and crucial for us, we need to understand what risks that we are facing. And in this slide, we have here, I listed like 5 most common risks that we are facing in building talents. Just quickly going through them, if I take, for example, the first one, outdated skills. If we don't upskill, then we will have the risk that we're falling behind in terms of automation, smart data, and which is becoming now the new standard in running water services. Leadership gaps. When, for example, an experienced leader retire or leave the organization, if we don't have a strong pipeline where a leader step up, then we are putting that critical role in a position maybe it's not good for the organization. Disengage talent. When an employee does not see, does not grow or does not see a value in what he is doing, then it become a disengage and maybe lead to turnover or underperformance. Misaligned development. Again, if the training is not aligned to the real business need and doesn't also add value to the business, then that will be just a waste of time and resources. Misaligned dependency on external development and external talent. When we are heavily depending on the outsourcing and consultancy services, then we are, having, we are not relying or not, building our internal capabilities. So, and that's why, in order to come these risks, we come at Nama Water Services with approaches, a very comprehensive approaches with about 7 pillars in order to tackle these risks. And these are starting with strategic workforce planning, learning and development, succession planning, career growth, employee engagement and culture development, to retention and well-being, digital transformation readiness, and leadership development. In the next slide, I will try to explain briefly about each one of them, how it works and why it's matter in Nama Water Services. Starting with strategic workforce planning, it's very important. In order to plan, we need to understand where are we today and where we want to go tomorrow. So that's why we adopted a hybrid approach consisting of these three talent strategy framework. The 5-step model, this is give us structure, this is give us clarity and structure, where it's allow us to understand where we stand today and what's our need for the future, and then we build an action plan in a systemic matter. Dr. Mohammed, please, I need some water. Sorry, I do have a cough. You know, during the Eid, I have a friend called flu virus with me. So, and still, you know, he's combining me. So even my voice is not that, you know, I'm sorry for that. Yeah, please. Then the another approach. Then the other framework is the build, buy, borrow, bot model. This help us. This framework gives us the flexibility and help us in making an informed decision. And either to build the talent internally, to hire externally, or to borrow through a consultant, or a secondment, or to automate the work. And elements of Gartner framework, this is help us with the long-term vision, where it gives us the agility and the tools to make a future scenario planning. In terms of learning development, this is about building the capability through learning. And in Nama Water Services, we used a practical and aligned business approach, which is the 70-20-10 learning model, where 70 of the learning is coming through job experience, 20% through mentoring and coaching, and 10% through formal training. Training need analysis is very important in order to determine the organization, departmental and individual learning needs, and accordingly we design our programs. In terms of the method we deliver the training, is like a diverse learning methods. We have in-house through our learning academy, or also within Oman International, or either the online. Shukran, Hussam. Shukran. Thank you very much. Where employees can, in learning, we can go through online, or we do have our internal digital platform, which is Rawafid. Measure impact is very important, because it's not about only the numbers of participation in training, but it's about what value have been gained from that training, and how the employee are employing what they have trained, and are they taking like any a new role or upgrading their way of work. So this is how we identify the return of investment. In terms of succession planning, this is like a proactive approach, where succession planning is integrated with the talent development and workforce planning. It's based on a data-driven, on performance, potential alignment with a critical business rule, where we use performance reviews, leadership assessment, in order to decide who is ready now, who is ready next, and what things are needed for that employee to grow. In terms of successor program, this is for the high potential employees and the critical roles. For example, leadership roles like N-1 and N-2. The succession planning is strengthening our internal pipeline and reduce resilience and external hiring and ensure our business continuity. Employee engagement and culture development. This is it's not something like side elements. These are a core enabler for transformation, where at Oman Water it's not about just building a culture that is nice to work, but about building a culture that drive result and resilience. And here I just mentioned some of the initiatives, like for example, we do have a yearly engagement survey where we listen to our employees, identify what matters for them, and accordingly we build an action plans in order to meet their expectations. Culture calendar, this is a new initiative that have been introduced this year, where we capture all the initiative related to culture in terms of sessions, motivation sessions, in terms of events, campaigns that enhance our culture, and we do have a dedicated teams that are working on this. Recognition and motivation, we do have a scheme called Ahsant, where we contribute the individual, we value the contribution of individuals and teams, and it has different category, for example, working customer miles, HSC award, customer service, and so on. Value-based training here, I'm not talking about the training, it's about how we embed our values and the daily work of our employees. So these trainings are mainly based on our values like teamwork, care and respect, transparency, and so on. Okay, leadership development and coaching. In Oman Water Services also we do have different levels of leadership programs. One of them is called Taqaddum program. This is for emerging leaders that is from a supervisor to a head level, where it's a very intensive program that candidates goes through a structured learning journey through classes, mentoring, coaching, and also hands-in exposure. 360-degree feedback. This is here I put it as a development tool, not as an evaluating mechanism, where leaders receive input from peers, managers, and other employees, and how their behavior are experienced and how they can grow. It's build self-awareness, which is the foundation of a leadership effectiveness. Another initiatives here I mentioned is the trainer. Again, it's not about the training, it's about developing internal leaders who coach, influence, and elevate others. And it's a powerful tool that blends technical expertise with leadership in action. Inshallah. And in terms of digital transformation, this is, again, it's not about adapting new technology. As we heard in the morning, we are using drones and smart meters and so many new things, but it's about building future-ready skills, where employees are equipped with the capabilities in smart technologies and digital tools to drive innovation and operational efficiency. It's about supporting technicals-enabled operation, where staff prepared to adapt new systems and automation in a daily work, and also about creating a digital-first culture where innovation, agility, and openness to continuous learning becoming part of our DNA in the company. Retention and well-being strategy, it's about making Oman Water Services a place where people want to stay and grow. This is done through clear career development and growth paths, also through internal mobility programs like the one I mentioned here, which is called For Us. It's also having a mechanism for feedback and listening. It's not just through engagement survey. Also, well-being here is very important. It does not mean only, or it's not limited to the medical coverage, but it goes to dimensions like emotional, social, mental health, and so on. Work-life balance is very important in order to ensure we avoid burnout, reduce stress, and maintain the energy, and overall about building a positive and a supportive culture. Building the future talents is something that Oman Water is taking very seriously. We do have internship and youth program. I mentioned here Ta'ziz and Jasur, where students, graduates, and job seekers, 100 of them are joining us in order to gain practical skills and applied academic knowledge, and helping them to build skills and confidence and give them a clarity about their career. Also, there is a governmental collaboration. The program I mentioned here is the NMO program, where we do have governmental employees seconded with us, allowing them for real-time knowledge exchange and sector-wide capability building. This is my final slide. I just want to emphasize again that our people is our power and also our future. By building talents, we unlock operational excellence, we improve customer satisfaction, also we build leadership readiness, and finally we prepare a future-ready workforce that is ready to take Oman water sector into the next era. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Hamid, for the presentation. Investing in people, building the capabilities to reach operational excellence. It's real nice and to the point of the presentation. We'll move for the next, let's say, aspects. It's related to public-private partnership. We have a presentation. It's about public-private partnership strategies in water infrastructure projects, transparency, trust, and sustainable. And it will be delivered by Engineer Mohammed Ahmed Al-Yusuf, Executive Director, Business Development and Growth Management, and also Engineer Khalid Saad Salim, Project Manager. Both are from Saudi Water Partnership Company, SWPC. Engineer Mohammed has an extensive expertise in business development and strategic investment, particularly in water and infrastructure sectors. He currently serves as Executive Director of Business Development and Growth at Saudi Water Partnership Company, where he leads efforts to develop projects and foster public-private partnership to enhance sustainability and operational efficiency, while Engineer Khalid has built his career in infrastructure and utilities, starting in oil and gas projects development at Saipem from 2018 till 2020. Welcome.
Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure and honor to be here with you today at Oman Water Week 2025. On behalf of the Saudi Water Partnership Company, I would like to thank the organizer for the excellent forum and extend our warmest greeting to all of our participants to attend this important event. We are here today to discuss the critical role of the public-private partnership as a PPP in development of the water infrastructure. We are focusing how can they build the transparency and the trust and accessibility in this partnership. As SWC, we are deeply committed to enabling accessible water solution through the PPP model, and we are strongly believe the regional cooperation is the key for innovation, enhancing and efficiency, and securing water resources for the future generation. In this presentation, I'll be brief talk on our role and vision journey and experience as SWBC in applying the PPP in the water sector. And I will be touch our mandate project portfolio and how we are aligned with our vision 2030 and support achievement the national water strategy. Plus, we are the mission to support and provide offering services to helping the other entity to applying for the PPP project and how to contribute of water sector, plus the challenge and determine the challenge and the benefit of the applying the PPP. And the main subject today will talk about the importance and transparency and the trust into the into PPP. SWBC is a government entity owned by Ministry of Finance, is a key principal of taker for all type of water and tendering all type of projects under PPP model. We are with a different kind of the project, start from the desalination, STB, and strategic reservoir, transmission pipeline, and the collection network with the small STB. Plus as well the dams, and it's under study today. We are here to give a brief about our mandate, our vision to will be lead and strive and to be lead a leader and providing a sensible renewable of and a renewable water partnership with the public and private sectors. Our mission is ensure the purchase of the water affordable cost through with our partner, the private sectors. Our value, as mentioned here, is the social committee, transparency, reliability, and integrity. One of the main driver for achievement, the success story, to will be high transparency. We are very transparency to give the market our next project for the 7-year statement and to be the developer to creating their consortium and as well to will be ready to participate of our project. We are aligning with the Vision 2030 to encourage and support the private sector to participate of our project, to will be invest, fund, develop the project through PPP. As Engineer Sultan, we mentioned about the water ecosystem of Saudi Arabia. There's a different aspect and entity, production, transmission pipeline, and the distribution. We are, based on the royal decree, we are the off-taker for all type of this water, and plus we are launching all these projects through PPP model. Our journey, it was starting in 2003. It was JV between Saudi Electricity Company and SWCC before the new name, the SAWA. It was our name. It was called WIC, Water Electricity Company. It is responsible to will be only of take of power and water. In 2017, the company expand the mandate to will be the main off-taker for all type of water and to expand our services and move the owner of the company to will be under Ministry of Finance. 2019, we are launching the new identity for the Saudi Water Partnership Company under name Saudi Water Partnership Company, SWBC, to will be the main driver for the privatization as a privatization arm for the water ecosystem for Kingdom Saudi Arabia. In 2024, we are change our strategy to will be provide our services to support the other water entity to help them to will be reach their target, meet their demand, the growth of population. All these through our achievement and success story what we are reached until today. We are, alhamdulillah, achieved with the lowest tariff in the market, $0.41 cent, and as well we are reaching with the lowest power consumption. These all come from our team, from our knowledge, from our success story what we are did until today. When we come to this is a snapshot of our portfolio and our kind of our project until today. You can see here there's there's a different type of the project. The first one is independent water protection, is a desalination plant, and it will be and it is in east and west of the Saudi Arabia. Also, we have the ISTB. It's to take the sewage water to will be treated and to will be used the reuse water for irrigation, industrial, different aspect based on the water strategy demand. Then we have the strategic reservoir. It is based on the national water strategy to will be saving the water for between 5 to 7 days for different cities based on our strategy. That means will be support the operational tank for these cities and the different scatters. IWTP, it will be, as Dr. Arafati mentioned this morning, is we have a different plant with a large wide of the Saudi Arabia, so we need to supply the water or transfer the water from production area, desalination, to the area similar Riyadh of capital, north or west, through the IWTP, the Independent Water Transmission Pipeline. And this is with the strategic reservoir, it is the first type of the project through the private sector. And we have closing the 2 of this project, and it's under construction today. The last one, the small STB, it is a small STB with the collection network to supply the sewage water with a small scale of the STB between 1,000 to 25,000, and it scatters, and we have 7 bundles, small STB in the country. You can see here in the left side the 4 department or the 4 journey of each project. Start from the planning, then the transaction, then project delivery, then with the contract, or they call it project contract, is under operation. The number is 20 projects today with the planning, and 10 today is under tendering. We have now today under project delivery 8 and 12 projects under operation. This is the case A, and you can see here that our project, it is scattered. We are not focusing for one region. We are in east and west, north and west. This all our type of the project. Based what we are reached today and our success story, we can here to say the 3 type of the main role of the SWBC. The first one we can see is the principal buyer of the old services, water service in the country. The second one, launching the tender project, independent project, sorry. The third one, providing the consultancy services. We have now, today, we have a 6th type of the services we are providing to our partner, we call it today. The first one will be visibility study. That means will be make sure this kind of the project bankable, attractive for the private sector, ready to will be tendered through the private sector as a PPP, and as well to do the study support this entity. 2, the tendering services. We do all the process and the journey from tendering service. That means support from preparing the visibility study, plus the request for qualification, negotiation, until awarded. And we can as well be off take of these services behalf of the stakeholders or behalf of the client. The third one is the project oversight or supervision of this project. It's a normal any kind of the projects. That means we are support the client to make sure all these projects following the requirement, health and safety, risk, environmental impact. These are to make sure is meet all the required check. The fourth is sharing our experience. That means the intelligence property. That means we give our document, our tendering document, and will be share this knowledge to will be support other entity to tender their project by them, or we can support them in this. Stakeholder represented, we can call it a peer advisor or second eye. That means support this or client to be behalf of them from the consultancy for the advisor. We can be represented them for tender their project. The last one is the project control contract management will be offtake of this project. Why we need PPP project? As we heard this morning, there is a many challenge happened because the population growth and plus the risk for sharing the risk with the private sectors, as well the new technology, the fund. This all drive us to go to the PPP project. With the new technology, with the sharing this risk, fund, operation risk, a different kind of the risk will be supported. That's mean why you need to have PPP project. That's mean to come with the 5 or 4 element. The value of the money, this is one, and that's mean the price for the offtake all will be decreased, and the private sector will be take this risk. Long-term contract, that means the private will be take the responsibility to operate this project until 25, 30, depend of the kind of the project and the size and the value. The third one, the allocation risk between the public and the private sectors. The fourth one is the based on the specification. That's when we'll become with the last technology, with the last knowledge, applying the last technology are applied in the worldwide. So based on the definition come from World Bank. We are here as a WBC drive the main driver for our project, and this is the reason we are achieving until today, and the key main driver for our success to share our project with our partner. We call it partner, and to handle this project with the private sector and take over of this. If you allow me, I will leave the floor for my colleague, Engineer Khalid, to continue the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله مساكم جميع. بداية نشكر دكتور محمد على تقديمه، وكذلك نشكركم على الاستضافة. It's a pleasure to be here in Oman Water Week and sharing some of our experiences in Saudi Water Partnership Company. As my colleague Muhammad just in the last slide emphasizes on the importance to participate with the private sector in the development of water projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia due to the increase in the gap and the need for water. Therefore, Saudi Arabia established a procurement with the BBP model in order to engage with the private sector and increase the ownership of local and international investors of water assets. However, due to the nature of the PPP projects, as you might be aware of, and their complexity and the long term that they are always associated with, there are always issues and concerns from the private sector. And if I would summarize some of the concerns, we would start with the regulations, as lack of regulations or proper regulations will definitely make it harder for the private sector to commit for long-term projects. Also, the lack of transparency and the clear communication about the risk of the projects and the fairness of the procedures for the tendering definitely will limit the market confidence to go with such procurement. The last concern is the trust. Definitely the private sector, when putting millions and billions of dollars into 25 or 30 or 35 years of investment, would definitely be risky unless they are trusting the procurer and trusting the sector and ensuring that they are going to get their revenues back within that span of years. So it is very important to address all of these concerns proactively. And in Saudi Arabia, we have actually moved on with introducing or establishing National Center for Privatization and PPP. and their mandate was to regulate the PPP projects. And in 2021, we had launched the private sector participation law, which covers the legal framework for all the PPP projects across all the sectors within the kingdom. And it identifies the criteria for good candidate projects. Then it emphasizes on elaborating on the risk allocation in the tendering documents in order to ensure clarity and transparency with the private sector. Also, it touches the investment incentives in addition to insurance to the private sector that there will be a clear dispute resolutions, as well as there is going to be an engagement of the stakeholder at early stages of the procurement. Moving to the second concern, which is the communication and proper engagement of the private sector. Actually, we believe in SWBC that we should have the private sector engaging with us way before we tender any projects. As my colleague previously mentioned, that we are publishing 7 years statement that will illustrate the projects that we are intending to tender with tentative timeline. However, we tried last year to find another way to engage with the private sector by introducing the pre-qualification program. And this program is enabling the private sector to understand more about the projects that we are about to tender, the qualifications that they would need to have in order to be part of this development, and also for the private sector to be aware of other potential partners in order to form consortia later on for our projects. And by ensuring that we have a clear communication with them through also some of the conferences that we have with them for each project, we are targeting to have a clarity for the market about the risk of the project that will result eventually to competitive bids, and it's going to be definitely bringing better outcomes for both private and public sectors. Finally, we try to build the trust and to retain the investment with previously invested partners by ensuring that we work together as partners, not only during the tendering of the project, but also during the execution, as well as during the O&M period until the end of the term of our concession agreement. And we believe that retaining older investors is something that would definitely have a positive impact, not only locally, but also globally, as we experienced recently that we are receiving interest from investors coming abroad from far away from the region. To recap, it's really important to not rely on having clear regulations only, or to have early engagement with the stakeholders or the private sector, but it's always important to have all of them happening at the same time, to be clear on the processes and to have fair tendering procedures also. It's very important also to engage with the stakeholder, either public stakeholders or private stakeholders. And at the end of the day, you should focus always on having the market confident with you in order to ensure that you're going to have a market or competitive market. That's it for the presentation. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to address any questions. Otherwise, we'll leave the floor to the next.
Is yours or? We'll move for the next presentation, inshallah. It will be about infrastructure development and modernization, smart innovation and collaborative financing through PPPs. And it will be delivered by, I have to pronounce it,
Lewin Jones. Yeah, am I right? Director Operation Performance, Soresa, and Violia.
Thank you for making this special effort with my name. It's not always easy. Okay. Right, so looking at the title, it looks complicated. Modernization, smart innovation, collaborative financing through PPP. There are going to be several talks during this week where several speakers will be covering what we mean by modern techniques, smart innovation, etc. But what we're going to be talking about today is how a well-designed PPP can help foster those areas. So my presentation will concentrate on identifying the main challenges faced in the water sector, first of all. So any successful business, we don't look at the solution before looking at the problem to be solved. So let's explore what are the issues within the water sector in Oman. Then we look at some PPP options. And in this presentation, we develop 2 case studies. So these case studies would not be easy ones to solve, right? So we just saw the previous presentation. The Saudi Water Partnership have a very mature program in place, and that is to develop what we would call easy targets for PPP. Okay, if you're going to be building a plant or an easily defined infrastructure, you're halfway towards being able to design a good PPP for that. So we'll be exploring messier, but very important for the sector, some of the issues which need to be developed. Before that, just a very quick introduction. This is not to show or boast about Veolia's size or outreach. The point of this slide is just to show that we're working in very, very many different circumstances, and therefore we have a corporate return of experience on virtually every type of PPP that is imaginable. Therefore we have got a good idea of what works, what doesn't work, why it works, and why there might be a better way to do things. Allied to that is our footprint in Oman. So we have been continuously present in Oman now. We consider ourselves partners and part of the journey in order to develop the water sector. We have been continuously here since 2007. We're leaders in the water and waste management sectors, and we invest heavily in developing the workforce in Oman. We have a high level of Omanization, and we currently employ 1,000 staff. So that is part of our mandate as a private partner. Before moving on, let's have a look quickly at a reminder of the sector structure. So we have a structure which is encountered quite often in the GCC, and this is basically inspired from the electricity sector originally. So we have a structure which is involved with developing and selling on water production volumes. So this is a very mature PPP sector. All of the IWPs and IPPPs have been tendered on mainly on a BOO or a BOOT basis. There is the NAMA PWP, which purchases these transactions and sells them on to the water companies. The water companies are mandated with managing and developing the infrastructure in order to transfer, distribute the water to customers, to develop sewage infrastructure, and to collect income from those services in order to sustain the sector. So the focus of this presentation will be on the water service providers. This is where the biggest challenges are faced today. In terms of PPP, it's also the area of opportunities and future development. Before going on, let's have a look at the mission and vision of the water providers. So the mission, so Nama Water is committed to serve society with providing reliable and sustainable water and wastewater services. And its vision is to be the leading water utility to contribute to the successful and sustainable development of Oman. So we're combining two different viewpoints, and where does the private sector fit in with that? Before we get to that, let's have a look at two types of balance. So we're looking at the physical balance within the system, and then we also have a financial balance. And if you look at this globally, it gives us a first clue of where the areas of opportunity lie and where the private sector can fit in. So the first balance on the left, we have the water production volumes, which are sold to the water service provider. And we note that there's a very high level of non-revenue water. Now, currently, we're unable to accurately determine what extent of that volume is down to physical losses, what is down to commercial losses. But in any case, it's a significant amount. There is also the start of developing treated sewage effluent within this water balance. And what we mustn't forget is that when we produce water in Oman, it is 100%, virtually 100% desalinated water. And so this balance is not only a physical water balance, it is also represents an energy balance. So the impact of, or the carbon impact of the water cycle is very important. So if we can reduce the losses and be able to reuse the water so that every volume of water which is produced is used more than once, then that will contribute as well to the carbon impact. On the right-hand side, these figures are taken from the annual reports, so I haven't invented them. What we note is that the revenues from all services just about cover the technical operations. So we're not covering the staff costs, and we're not covering the amortization of investments. And there's a note from the accounts where it is stated that any additional funding from shareholders of the company to finance capital expenditures is being treated as additional shareholders' contributions. So there is a deliberate mandate from the government in order to continue to fund the sector. If you look at the current features of Nama Water Services, therefore, just to summarize, we have a high level of non-revenue water. So 40% of that water represents approximately 90 million OMR per annum. CapEx staff, SG&A, are fully subsidized. And at the same time, there is an investment program which is currently running at approximately 200 million OMR per annum. But in order to keep pace with what is intended through the master plan, that pace needs to be picked up. We should be doing approximately 300 million OMR per year. So the investments need to be multiplied by 1.5, and not forgetting the need to start renewing the infrastructure which has already been built. So we've looked at the sector, and these lead to some of what we consider to be PPP drivers. So what are the drivers? We need to quickly improve operational efficiency in order to bring back sustainability to the sector, and that specifically is to target and reduce non-revenue water. We also need to deliver investments at a faster pace, and especially to develop sewage infrastructure. So the water infrastructure is keeping pace pretty well with demand growth, but there is a need to catch up on sewage infrastructure and also to further develop TSE. And that will contribute to rationalize government subsidies so that the government is no longer subsidizing inefficiencies. It is clearly allocated to develop infrastructure to meet demand. So before looking at the options, let's look what is the definition of a PPP. So our previous speakers defined this pretty well. We've seen the World Bank description. I've just taken this from a different point of view. So the public partner, what is it there for? Is to provide essential services for the public good. And this is why we have the wording public water utility. So this is essential services. What does the private sector do, and what is its purpose? So the purpose of any private enterprise or company or venture is to perform an activity to meet shareholder objectives. Okay, so we need to provide returns or to meet other objectives. And it's always motivated by performance to deliver returns. Okay, so the private sector will always react to the contract, to the competition, to what is written as a purpose. That provides two partnerships. So we're looking at PPP as a definition. So what do we mean by a partnership? So yes, we have long-term partnerships, and that is to take the best from both worlds to provide efficient and sustainable services. But we can also look at short to medium-term partnerships to solve particular challenges in the sector. So this slide is just a recap what we understand traditionally as different types of PP models, what is available out there. And looking at this diagram, you're basically following progressively complex types of arrangement and increasing levels of capital intensity and risk allocation. That follows on also to the duration. So the more complex the deal, the more capital intensity is involved, the longer it needs to last in order to make sure that the capital investments are amortized and that we take full advantage of the operating and maintenance capability of the PPP provider. So it's quite clear for the well-defined BOTs or the boots, the large plants, we're more at the right-hand side of the equation. So we're looking at concessions mainly, or BOTs or boots. When we're looking at a water system, underground assets, it's very much more difficult in order to define clearly what the scope of a PPP would be. Even if the target or the objective is quite easy to understand. For instance, reduce non-revenue water. Okay, fine. But from what basis are we starting from? What is the perimeter? What is the possibility of actions? And what needs to be done? It's not clear at the outset exactly what needs to be done. So then we're looking at different forms of engagement. These can run from technical assistance through to management contracts, or specific O&M deals. What has been developed more recently are what we call performance-based contracts. Now, performance-based contract, or PBC, something which is being pushed now by the international funding institutions such as the World Bank. There have been some recent experiences where it has shown its effectiveness in solving problems in the water sector. So the first challenge is to quickly reduce non-revenue water. So we're looking at the graph on the right-hand side. This is quite striking. What it's showing here is over the last 10 years, the additional levels of non-revenue water which are generated from the system is 130 million cubic meters a year. That's the equivalent of the Algebra 3 IWP. Okay, so if we're able to tackle non-revenue water, we might be able to defer investment in future desalination capacity. And those are significant savings. In order to do that, in order to tackle any non-revenue water project, you need to combine skills coming from different types of private and public organizations. Okay, so it requires combining studies, surveys, smart operations, and to target specific capital investment, as well as bringing in technology providers. So we've got a lot of parties involved in order to make sure that that works. And what we find could be a good candidate for this is what I would refer to as being a hybrid PBC. Why a hybrid? Because a normal PBC, it would be mainly involving operations, studies and surveys with a certain level of investment, but which doesn't go very far. So going beyond that, it's important to wrap the implementation of reduction of non-revenue water into the contract. And so we have a higher level of capital intensity. If I refer to the presentation this morning, this could also be a good candidate for GCF funding because every unit of water which is saved also has a carbon impact. So we're decarbonizing by addressing non-revenue water. Let's look at the second challenge. So the second challenge is to deliver the CapEx program. So let's say, for instance, if we want to keep pace with the current master plan, which is being worked on, we would need to deliver 300 million OMR per annum of CapEx and specifically expand sewage services and develop TSE reuse. Now, the graph on the right-hand side is showing the effect of being able to deliver 300 million OMR per annum versus the current rate of 200 million per annum. So we're keeping pace on the water infrastructure. This is prioritized in the investment program. But we drop off quite sharply in terms of sewage network coverage. So if we're able to bring in a different way of working, we can gain 10 years on sewage network coverage, which is not insignificant, because that will drive not only a higher level of service to the population, it also gives you possibilities to develop TSE projects quicker. Looking at the strategy, so from the identified projects, there are approximately 13 projects which could be candidates for BOTs. We set the minimum value of a BOT in order to be able to amortize transaction costs at approximately 20 million OMR. Now, compared to the privatization program on the big desalination plants, that is not very much. But it's still gearing the private sector, or the potential to gear the private sector, in order to deliver complex plants in parallel to the business as usual development. So in order to pack, 1 minute left, okay. So we're balancing the number of PPPs with the size of the PPP. That is to drive competition and attractiveness in the sector. That's how you're able to drive the innovation. And to split the investments between NWES and the private sector. So again, a hybrid PPP. So we have to innovate as well in the construction of the models. So what this is based on is what has been successfully delivered in Ajman in the UAE. So you have the core of the project is the BOT of the plant, and then you set up an asset company and an operation company in order to help Nama Water Services to deliver the sewage assets which are gravitating around that plant. That attracts a blend of private and public finance. So just as a conclusion, what I would say is what we need to do in the sector at the moment is to find solutions that provide performance quick wins and leveraged investments in order to solve the ambitions in the sector. And it's very important, therefore, to choose the right PPP according to the objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Indeed, that PPP project could be like a good approach, and also the strategies for tendering of these projects could be used to tackle the different challenges, especially the non-revenue water, as you mentioned already. Last but not least, we will move to the last presentation, and it will be about driving innovation in the water sector. Presented by Engineer Anas Jamil Abdussalam, Innovation Engineer at Saudi Water Authority. Engineer Anas.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a pleasure to be here at the Oman Water Week. Water security is a top priority for Saudi Arabia, and under the leadership of the Saudi Water Authority, we are driving innovation to tackle the water challenges. The Saudi Water Innovation Center play a key role in this mission as the innovation arm for the authority. And today I will share how the Saudi Water Innovation Center is driving innovation in the water sector. The Saudi Water Innovation Center, also known as SWIC, was established in 2019 with the vision to build an ecosystem for where innovation and sustainability can thrive and grow. Our mission is to leverage knowledge, technology, and strategic partnership to drive innovation. By staying at the forefront of technological advancement, we can tackle the challenges more efficiently. All right. As WIC, we aim to support innovation, technological advancement in water innovation, build an environment for collaboration and knowledge sharing, boost an economic growth by supporting startup and localizing technology, and finally, promote water conservation and sustainability for future to come. SWIC has delivered a real impact. So far, we've graduated 43 startups, and we've reached a global-wide audience with receiving over 400 ideas from 15 different countries and over 1,000 registration. We've held over 6 boot camps with over 700 participants and conducted over 32 specialized training workshops with 475 participants. And to effectively support innovation, SWIC provide a wide range of services. And our services range from for corporate and startups in our 4 specialized centers. For example, we have a Haqq Center where we're specialized in technology for recycling and reusing wastewater. And for the Rabugh Center, it's specialized in desalination and production technology. And our services is, as I mentioned before, is for startups and corporate. It varies from financial consulting or legal consulting up to the soft landing program. For example, if we have an advanced company that needs soft landing in the Saudi market, we can help them with that. Or if we have like a startup company that needs just some sort of legal consulting or feasibility study service, we offer all that for startups. As WIC, we believe that innovation thrives in an environment where stakeholders collaborate. That's why we offer incubation and acceleration program that helps startups refine their ideas, access funding, and connect them with the industry leaders. In addition to our general program, we also offer specialized incubation program for our partners. For example, so far we have 3 programs such as the irrigation incubator specialized in artificial intelligence and Internet of Things in irrigation, and Web incubation for the National Water Company specialized in water supply and wastewater treatment, and my incubator for the National Water Efficiency and Conservation Center specialized in water conservation technologies. And as we continue to grow, we aim to establish more specialized programs that directly address our partner challenges and open doors for future collaboration, especially with our beloved neighbor here in Oman. One key initiative we have is, okay, I skipped, yeah. One key initiative we have, community-oriented initiative, I would call it, is Miyathon. Miyathon is a water hackathon. It's not just a competition, it's more than that. It's an annual event where we bring together innovators, engineers, and entrepreneurs to tackle the water biggest challenges. Last year, we had over 300 participants gathering into over 70 teams in the online camp leading to the hackathon. And 15 teams qualified to the hackathon, and during 3 days, we had 7 winning teams providing solution in the Miyathon 5 main tracks. Recognizing and celebrating innovation is a key part of our mission. And Ihtifa Prize is serving that purpose, where every year we honor individual and organization making outstanding contribution in the water sector. This initiative does not only reward achievement, but also support and share awareness for others to push boundaries to what's possible in water sector. Innovation-driven water sustainability conference is an every year conference that we host, where we gather experts from all over the world. Last year we had over 180 scientific papers presented, and over 40 exhibitors showcased their technologies, and overall we had over 500 experts and speakers participated. It's a really cool place for companies to come and gather to strengthen their partnership and create partnership and know more about the current challenges in the water sector. And from this stand, I would like to invite you all to join our next IDWS conference this year. It will be in October in Jeddah, inshallah. Another key initiative we have is the Global Prize for Innovation in Water Desalination, also known as the GPID. This initiative rewards groundbreaking research and technology in the water, that enhance the water sector. This competition is open for research institutions, universities, entrepreneurs, and companies. The GPID awarded a total of 12 winners with a total of $10 million, and SWIC is fully committed to incubating startups that win the GPID and give them the support needed to scale their innovative solutions. Last month, we achieved a key milestone in our journey, the ISO 50602 Innovation Management System certification. This certificate reflects our commitment to foster innovation in a structured and effective way. It strengthens our role as a leader in the water sector and ensures that we continue to operate at the highest global level. For our partners, working with SWIC means gaining access to a thriving ecosystem of innovation. We provide cutting-edge research and insight, opportunities to invest in startups, and platform for collaboration with leading experts, and many more. And finally, our impact is amplified through a strong partnership with government entities, private organizations, and research institutions. Together, we are building a sustainable future for the water sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Anas. Actually, if you could just stay at the stage, your presentation is the last one. And I would like to ask also the other panelists to join us on the stage to start the discussion session, inshallah. I will try to make it very smooth, and I will start with the question, but I will open the floor for the audience to ask more questions for you guys. I will start maybe with the last presenter, Anas. It's very interesting what you have presented about the incubation and also the accelerator program and also the hackathons or the meathons that you have mentioned. One of the key, let's say, challenge for startups, especially in the water sector, it's when they reach to the TRLs of, let's say, the prototyping, let's say TRL 6 or 5, the market fit or the testing, it's really not that easy to test the solutions unless there is like a facilities for testings. Could you elaborate what your, let's say, approach for such startups?
Okay, so for starter, every startup we have coming in, we assign few experts to evaluate that company and see where this company is at the TRL level, the technology readiness level. So let's say, as you mentioned, one company is in the prototype, which is the most critical stage in the testing. So we do have the facility. As I mentioned, we have 4 specialized centers. One of them, which is we use in most of our testing, is in Al Jibal Center. So as we assign experts, we start like see what's the goal that every startup has, what the expected outcome of this prototype and this experiment are, and we see if it's feasible or if it's not. And we continue. We run the experiment, and we try to give them the full support needed from expert and also product matching with the market.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Other aspects, it's also with let's say with the companies also to adopt these solutions and to, let's say, work together with the startups until it's reached, to the different levels. Is there any like framework or let's say policies that implemented on companies to really take hands by hands with the startups to reach that commercialization level?
Yes. So as I mentioned in my presentation, we now working on creating a specialized incubation program. As you saw, we have so far 3 incubation programs. So this program is for companies that has certain challenges. So once we have an idea that can cover this challenge, and we assign an expert from that company, so it can be with this startup from the beginning till the end point. So we make sure that he can follow them from as you said, starting point to the commercializing point. So this is for the specialized incubation program. But for others, when companies reach TRL, let's say 7, we tend to start as I mentioned before, find companies that match or need the technology for their market, and which try to introduce it to them. That's why we have the hackathon. That's a big part of it, where we can company come and see the new startups that are coming up with the technology, and we try match the product with their needs and give them the full support they need, whether it was access to fund or even access to our partnership.
Have you thought about to have venture studios as well to build these startups, venture builders?
Okay, so for us as a government entity, for now it's we are a non-profit organization, so we haven't gotten that approach yet. Our main focus right now is to share awareness and make sure that everybody in the Saudi Arabia and all over the world know that there are incubation and acceleration programs that focus on only in water solutions. So once we reach that point and we become the global point for this, for the water sector solutions, maybe after that we'll start taking action on that in that regard. But for now, we're just a non-profit organization. We try to spread awareness for everyone in the world to know that we are here to support all ideas and test them from the beginning till the end.
Okay, thank you. Going to the PPP aspects, Mr. Jones, we have some questions regarding what you have mentioned in terms of the partnership with the private-public partnership projects and how that could also tackle different challenges related to, especially here in Oman, non-revenue water and also the infrastructure. And what we have heard this morning about the Climate Green Fund, and we could benefit from this fund, especially with, Oman also categorized as, for the loss and damage, we have a lot of, extreme events, cyclones, other things. How we could, could you elaborate more about how we could benefit from the Climate Green Fund and such projects?
Okay, I think that the main message to take from that is to understand that you can pitch a specific non-revenue water project where each cubic meter has an energy value. If you reduce the amount of water which is lost, we can present that as a case to institutions such as the Green Climate Fund, and they're able to contribute to projects which will reduce that carbon footprint, quite simply. And I think that the main message there is to structure the PPP so that it's really focused on that it doesn't become distilled and starts to venture into other areas which are not within that focus.
Interesting. The other aspects with the PPP, it's the how could the SMEs as well, local SMEs, could be benefit from this such mega projects, PPP projects, in terms of if I will link it with the innovation as well, like the homegrown, let's say, technologies with the startups and SMEs. How you can see the existing or the current, let's say, policies will also help the SMEs in that term for you as well. Yeah.
For me, okay. Right, I think in any economic ecosystem, you will have the big fish, you'll have the medium fish, and you have the small fish, okay? If we can elaborate. And what the small fish need is a good idea of what is going to be the future business opportunity. They need to know what are they there for. Is there an opportunity to grow the business? Is the funding going to be there? Are the projects going to be run for the next 20 years? Because when you have that kind of predictability, then you can invest in growing your business. You can take the risk, okay? Any risk venture has to be a risk reward. So if you're just going to be investing without even knowing what your future businesses opportunities are, then you will never get off the ground.
Okay, indeed.
And just to come back to that, we're a large company as Veolia, but what we do is we're integrators, okay? We work with the value system. I think worldwide we work with something like 50,000 suppliers. Okay, so that is the ecosystem in which we work with. We're not just Veolia alone. If you sign a contract with us, it's not just to work with Veolia, it's to work with Veolia and all of the suppliers and all of the partners that we work with.
Indeed. And if I will ask about the recent, let's say, tariffs that's implemented now, how it disturb the supply chain as well for Veolia from US?
One of the advantages of our business model is always to be local. Okay? If you saw the second slide I showed up earlier, we employ 1,000 people in Oman in order to do our business. We're not supplying services from outside. We're not supplying goods from outside.
No, I was asking about Veolia in general, global.
But this is true of Veolia's business model in general. Okay, we're always setting up in the country in which we operate. Okay. So tariffs aren't really that much of an issue.
Interesting. Moving to Mohammed and Khalid, regarding also the PPP projects, could you give an examples of from what we heard before? I have visited colleagues in Tahliya, and they have mentioned such big projects related to localization of technologies, the membrane. Could you elaborate more about this project and how it's help also the country to localize such technologies?
Okay. As you know, based on the Saudi Water Partnership Company, that we are support and encourage the local contractor by implementing the localization processes for our project. We are starting with different rate percentage, usually between 40 to 70%. That's mean to encourage the local contractor to participate with us, and will be the SMEs or any kind of the provider technology to will be support and be part from this of this project. Different aspect, if it's the small part or a biggest part. So for the membrane, we are usually have our serialization or the local content for all requirement for each project, and there is some manufacturing in Saudi Arabia. Within Saudi Arabia, they are support and providing the membrane to our project, and all these initiative can elaborate to encourage the local contractor to will be provide and supply the parts and the supply the membrane as well. And maybe give Khalid if you want to elaborate more about local content.
No, I think what you just said is truly something that we can easily navigate that into on all of our tendering documents, where we have certain earlier certain agreements with the local content authority, just to understand each project scope of work and how can that particular scope of work contribute to the local content. So we agreed in advance with the local authority. Then we move on to tender that or post that in the tendering document.
So this is part of the tendering strategy.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And we also, as we have seen in the presentation, that we sit with the private sector after tendering the projects, and some of their feedback would be with regards to the inavailability of certain, for example, materials, or the lengthiness of delivering such materials to the projects, and therefore we are sometimes getting back to the authority to adjust those percentages, but definitely we are putting that as a pillar in our tendering documents in order to enhance the local content participation.
Yes, and I need to add one point here. Actually, we are good listeners. We are listening to the all new manufacturing, new companies. They are come to the market and they have their technology, but should we have, as Khalid mentioned, should we have a proven technology, should be implemented in worldwide and can be implemented in our same atmospheres and environmental that's been not can be work with our situation. So we are usually for any kind of new technology and new services, even new part or media, we are open our doors. We are sit with them. We're doing a lot of workshop, and at the end, the developer they have their right to come with the new technology if it's proven with their and we face many examples of this, and if it's accepted, yes, welcome to. I mean, even SMEs or any kind of the size of the entities.
Do you have a mandatory list for the local contents?
Yeah, we usually following the. There is a government entities called local content authority. So we are facing or implementing our. There is a many criteria and many mechanism to implement all these. I mean, the process for applying achievement for the percentage, different kind for the percentage and rate of a local content. Yeah, we are follow it, and we are daily monitoring of the developer to achieve this percentage, and we are achieve many high percentage of the local content supplier.
And in your presentation, you have mentioned through the tendering strategies and the framework that part of the achievement you achieved to get the lowest tariffs, and also the effective, or let's say energy consumption, effective efficiency in energy consumption. Could you elaborate more about this? Let's say, what is the tactics or what is the strategy to achieve this?
Yeah, this thank you for the transaction. Then they are doing the very well for have their strategy and technique to will become with the lowest tariff in the market for Jebel 3A, Jazla, and we are reaching 0.41 cent. by reducing they have their process and they open the door for the developer to come with the new technology by renewable energy and other aspect will be reduce the tariff. These come by the partner to come with the lowest tariff in the market and with their philosophy of the process of the desalination plant. So, and this is the point when we are come to the climate financing and other aspects. This all come if it's reduce the tariff and to meet our requirement. Yeah, we are open for that.
Interesting. Moving to Engineer Sultan and Hamad as well, because both they had talked about talents and the skills, and in the presentation you have mentioned about the digital era or the digital age, and also from this morning discussion we heard about the digital, let's say, transformation, and also the interlink between water, food, energy, and we can see the energy transition as well impacting the other aspects like the water sector as well. And regarding the let's say, if we will take it from the digital transformation, what is let's say the role of academy to really embed and also prepare the employee with the skills that they need for digital transformation?
So as you know, nowadays there is the technologies. Every day it's changing, it's upgrading. So in the Water Academy we are contributing towards that by having a new technology that where we developing the competency of our people using this new technology and make them familiar with this technology and make them aware of how the world is using this type of digital ages to produce or to improve their production and their skills and knowledge.
Similar question to Hamad.
Yeah, it's the same what he said, that it's not about getting the new technology. It's about making the talent or the employees ready in how to use that technology and how to use the best of it in order to benefit and add value to the business. So in Oman Water Services, we are in the era of using a lot of digital solutions. But we have to prepare ourselves, our employees, to be ready how to use these new things, how to use this new technology.
Regarding this technology, emerging technologies, and the fourth industrial revolution technologies, and how it impacts the operation in different sectors, not only in water sector, have you, both for you, question, have you done any survey to see the jobs that will be impacted directly, and how you put strategies to upscale or rescale the employees with the different skills to face these changes that comes because of these emerging technologies?
So in Water Academy, there is different ways of getting the needs that the employee have to take or have to gain. So one of the ways that we do is sending our trainers through the events like this, where they will gain new information or gain the new technology and try to implement that by using new technologies in the academy and teach or develop our employee at the water sector using these new technologies. The other way is that the worker or the plants managers will ask us or tell us that there is a new technology that we need you to train our people using these new technologies. So we are opening to that options. We do many of these opportunities that where there is new technologies that are available at the market, and then the managers or the directors of the plants will ask us to teach or to train their people or their workers using this technology.
So it's based on request more than...
This is one of the ways, or one of the ways of sending our trainers to the FNs, knowing that there is a new technology and prepare We'll prepare ourselves and our learning solutions that will match the new technologies, and we'll just let them, okay, gentlemen, we have these type of programs using the new technology. If you would like, then we are more happy to give you this learning solution, new learning solutions.
My question, if I will rephrase again, my question, it's like, for example, if we will take an example by implementing, let's say, the smart meters, using, the IoT and even now embedding the AIs with these readings, and there is like a direct impact to the physical reading and people going to read these meters. So as part of, forecasting for such implementation of these technologies, you need to be prepared to upscale or rescale these employees to do something else instead of going and reading these the readers. This kind of let's say forecasting of such impact on such employees.
Yeah, as what I mentioned that before, we already on that way, and also right now we have some progress using the AIs, since it is a new technologies using in work plant that will be in future. I just remember one of the programs that we provide in the past, using the comparison between the laser alignment with the normal technologies that they use, the Thania Karib or whatever. So we are trying, this is one of the examples that we try to improve or try to have more of the learning solutions as courses using the new technologies, adding to the AI's courses that we are trying to have, inshallah, in the future.
Yeah, from our side, this starts from from the talent strategy framework. I did mention in my presentation one of the models that we are using is the buy, build, borrow or bot model. So, but this cannot work alone. I mean, it cannot be done from like HR perspective alone. So we do have continuous discussion and communications meeting with the process owner. So according to the outcome of those meetings, then we decide together what, jobs that will be, for example, automated. So accordingly, the decision will be made.
What challenges you are facing? This is change management. It's not that easy also to change people career or what other what main challenges, let's say, facing such let's say training or upscaling for the employees.
I just remember in the first session, one of the issues that they said the farmer will not agree on anything. They will say, especially when it's affect on their budget or the money. Indeed. So this is one of the issues when you try to have a new technology and you try to train the people using this new technology. They will say, okay, we used to have this technology for ages. And then you just try to convince them to using this new technology, they will resist on that. So this is one of the main issue, convincing using the new technology.
I think it's about resistance of change. This is nature of human. So anything in you, will be hesitating in taking it from the first time. But once we start using it, gaining the benefits, then we change our mindset. So it's all about preparing the employees to accepting and adapting new technologies.
To embed the culture, the mindset itself. I will open now the floor for the audience. If anyone has any question. No question after lunch. Huh? Okay, very good.
Assalamu alaikum. My question to
your name and
my name Dr. Ibrahim Hindi. I'm consultant, Egyptian consultant. My question to Engineer Muhammad and Engineer Khalid. I know that PPP projects is somewhat easy in desalination and water treatment plants. But what about wastewater treatment plants? If you have any advice to us, to Egypt, to Oman, from your experience in wastewater treatment plants contracts, I know there is variations of wastewater flow and variations of wastewater characteristics. So it should be have some complications in contract. You can advise us how to manage this as PPP project?
All right. Actually, if you look at Saudi Arabia, in the water sector, we have regulations on the residential as well as the trade sewage effluent. There are certain characteristics of the sewage that they can discharge to the network. Therefore, we have a better understanding that at the end of the collection network, we are going to have the characteristics of the sewage within a certain limit, and that is being introduced into our RFP document. And this is going to be the specifications that the design of the wastewater treatment will be based on. So this is when it comes to the changes and the variation in the characteristics. Definitely, we have certain seasons where we have floods where it significantly impacts the quality of the wastewater. But we are dealing with that through certain mechanism in our RFP document. So there will be certain flexibility toward the quality of the effluent after the treatment. So we are taking that into consideration. And just to elaborate here, we have already completed 2 batches with an additional also one in the 3rd batch. Basically, we have now more than 6 projects reached their financial close. 3 of them are already under the operation. 3 are, or 4 are under the construction. So we believe that there is an opportunity. And today we are tendering 2 projects that they are in the market. We tendered them last January. So if you are interested in Egypt, then definitely we'll be happy to share our knowledge with you.
And I want to add one point here. This is the free tips. I will come to my side, the commercial tips to sell some consultancy. Based on what we are reached today from the success story, the achievement of the number of these projects, we have now a new vision to will be provide the consultancy services, and we already start for the other country and for the other entity within Saudi, without Saudi Arabia. So that means to support for is their project is bankable, doable, can do it for a triple P or not, even for to prepare some document, and with the giga or mega project, and we did it in 2024, and this all this is to meet the requirement to cover the water resources saving of the impact of the environmental, especially for the wastewater, and to support other countries. So SWBC, we are ready for Oman or for Egypt or another country to will be support services for the wastewater, or even for transmission pipeline or strategic or even desalination. Thank you.
Further question? دكتورة؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معكم إسماعيل الحقي, Nama Water Surface Planning Department. My question is to Engineer Mohammed Al-Yusuf والمهندس خالد Saud. I want to know if you consider water and wastewater network in the partnership with the private sector. And second question also, I want to know if how Saudi partnership company get benefit from this partnership, also how to get revenue, and what is the relation between Saudi partnership company and Saudi authority.
When it comes to the scope of work for our projects, either it includes transmission pipelines or network, if I'm getting your question correctly, then actually in every project we look at the special facilities needed to be developed along with the plant itself. Sometimes the plant location is quite far away from the network or the collection network for STPs. Therefore, we include a development of special facilities in order to connect the plant with the nearest network. And that portion of the scope of work is later on handed over to the operator of the network asset, and that will be out of the project company or the SPV's responsibility after achievement of the commercial operation of the plant. So that's the first part of your question. The second part is with regards to the differences between Saudi Water Partnership and Saudi Water Authority. Actually, for us in Saudi Water Authority, we are the principal buyer of all types of water. So all the PPP projects in the kingdom with regards to the water projects are being tendered through Saudi Water Partnership, while the WA, my colleagues, they might elaborate more on their mandate, but it's coming for regulation, I would say, aspects.
Buthaina Al-Wahibi, leading research, development and innovation at Oman Water Service. I don't have a question, but just a feedback. Really, I am impressed about the innovation center in Saudi. We know that Saudi, mashallah, is booming in all sectors towards the vision of 2030. But here, the experience of innovation, that you cover everything from accelerator, incubator, piloting. So it's a pleasure to sit with you, maybe a meeting tomorrow, to discuss how we can collaborate to share this experience and knowledge between Oman and Saudi.
Assalamu alaikum. Ilyas Sadi, project engineer for Circa Veolia. Question about the PPP in the wastewater sector also. Do you see the yellow tanker operation here in Oman as a break for PPP, meaning that the question mark that can bring the yellow tanker operation, the lack of tracking of the yellow tanker for the wastewater, could be a break on the PPP that would afraid the private sector to invest in the PPP for the wastewater? Thank you.
Is that in Oman or Saudi Arabia? But I will answer for Saudi Arabia. Actually, for the wastewater treatment plant, the availability of the sewage is granted by the procurer. So it is a risk on the public sector, not in the private sector. So in all cases, the private sector will be paid for the availability of the plant, not for the sewage that the plant receives. Unless if it is associated with the cost of the operation, then definitely it's going to be proportional to whatever sewage we are receiving, then definitely we are going to pay the operational part. But for the CapEx itself, that the investment that they have already put in day one of the execution of the project, then definitely we are granting that for them, that to be paid back.
I can just add to basically the second example which I presented, where you're looking at a hybrid PPP. So if you involve the private sector who's responsible for building and operating the plant, to also be involved in improving the policing and the operation of the sewage network, then you will reduce those out-of-bound occurrences, because you'll be motivated to run the plant. Obviously, you're going to have the get-out clauses when the specification of incoming sewage is out of spec, But you could imagine having a KPI performance motivation scheme if you reduce the unavailability of the plant, for instance. And if you have that operator involved in doing trade effluent policing, etc. This was what was done in Ajman. They had a problem of out-of-spec effluent, mainly due to oil and grease entering the system. It's easy to police industrial areas because there's a geographic limit. What's more difficult is what's happening within the commercial and residential districts. So they put up a whole trade effluent policing and monitoring program in order to reduce that level of out-of-spec sewage. So now they've brought it really down to a minimum.
You're right. If you see that in Saudi Arabia, we have now developments of residential, for example, complexes, which they would have more control over the sewage, the effluent sewage from the houses and from the businesses over there. But if we talk about the current scheme of the STP in Saudi Arabia, where they are more likely to be centralized, therefore it's very difficult for the private sector to control the sewage from all the catchment serving or supplying that centralized plant. But definitely we see that practice in the recent projects.
More questions? Okay, I ask the audience to join me to thank our panelists. Thank you so much for your contribution and for your insights as well. And looking forward to see you in next event, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for the excellent moderation. And we would like to invite you to take a picture with all the speakers and invite you to give the participant appreciation certificate. So we'll start with the engineer Sultan bin Salim Shumari. Hamad Al-Ghaithi. Lilwan Jones. Lilwan Jones. Sorry. Engineer Mohammed Ahmed Al Yusuf. And Khalid Saad Salim. As well, engineer Anas Jamil Abdus Salam. Thank you all for attending today's program. Inshallah, see you tomorrow.